Shelley. Shelley, can you hear me? I think Jonathan is having technical issues, so I think you have to get us started.
Okay, I can do that. Let me pull up my agenda.
That's the last time we let him work out during the break.
Right.
Charlie, I move to make Shelley mayor. Second. No? Okay.
Boy.
Uh-oh, I missed this. What happened?
Jonathan's having technical difficulties and maybe joining us late.
Okay, so we will call this meeting into session. We are live and being recorded. We're live on YouTube. Welcome, everyone. It is January 7th, 2021. Happy New Year. And Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, can you please call roll?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Temp Kopp,
Here.
Councilor Hershey,
Present.
Willman,
Here.
Davis,
Yes.
Step,
Yes.
Wusso.
Present.
You've got a quorum.
Okay, wonderful. I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have any council members that have any agenda changes or conflicts of interest with any items on the agenda?
My understanding that we're going to move 9. Oh, sorry.
Whoop. Councilor Hershey?
Yes, I'm requesting that items number 9F and E be removed from the consent agenda. I don't expect any discussion. I just need to vote on those issues specifically. Thank you.
Okay.
And my understanding is we're going to move 9. We're going to take 9H off of there as well, Shelley, because there's a change in the wording.
Okay,
9G or 9H? Charlie?
9G.
G.
so I have
No.
E, F, and H. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we will pull items 9, E, F, and H off of the consent agenda and consider them separately after we vote on that. Okay, now I will turn it over to the public. Do we have any citizens appearing before council this evening that would like to speak to council on items that are not on the agenda? Please raise your hand. And do we have someone? Oh, Jonathan's on the call. Jonathan, would you like to take over the meeting, please?
It's okay.
I will pass the gavel to you.
No problem. Thanks.
Who's that guy?
Everybody had technical difficulties tonight, apparently. Thanks, Shelley. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm had some issues. Does anybody from the public like to comment on anything item not appearing on the agenda? All right, I think we've covered that. Is there? Let's see, where are we at here? Council comments. So it's next. Any council comments? Go ahead, Tony, then Charlie.
So I had a fun new year, and on January 1st, I went to Loveland and got this little boy. His name is Duncan. Some of you may not know, but because we were in quarantine, but I lost my old Karen Harry. I had him for 16 years almost in October. But this is a little rescue dog from Karen Terrier Rescue, and he'd been living in Loveland with a foster mom, so I adopted him. And everyone has to say he's cute. Thank you.
He's adorable.
Very cute. Congratulations.
I think the world needs a little more of that right now. Thank you, Tony. Charlie, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, Happy New Year to all fellow members of council and citizens of the city of Cleveland Springs. Welcome to the new year. We hope it's going to be a heck of a lot better than last year was. And I guess I just I spent a lot of time thinking about this today, but I got a comment on what happened yesterday and last night in DC. And, I just think it shows you why there's a need to be transparent in government and what you're doing and to follow the rule of law. What happened there was a disgrace to our country. And as one elected official, I hope that we never see anything anywhere close to that in Glenwood Springs. And we've seen some recent things in some posts about our police force, and I'm appalled by those kind of comments and don't approve them. Particularly what appeared to be a setup for our police officers out by DMV a week or so ago. So I know that I respect each of you as fellow council members and know we'll not see that among us. We have vigorous debate about things, but it's all above the board and it's positive. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you.
Here, here.
Thanks for that, Charlie. Shelley.
Okay, I have a request tonight, and it has to do with affordable housing and kind of moving this, helping to hasten this issue along and some solutions for Glenwood Springs. So, we've talked about this, and indeed, as a city, even we hear from our businesses that this is a big issue for our town. It's in our strategic goals. It's really important to our economy and our strength and our quality of life going forward. And both P&Z and housing are really working on this issue, but they're looking for strong leadership from council. So it's come to my attention, and I think I've talked to a couple of council members about this and the mayor, that Carbondale and some other jurisdictions similar to us and close by to us do have successful working inclusionary housing regulations on their books right now that are able to get inclusionary housing from new housing projects that are built, even for rent apartment housing. So we have had a lot of units built in the last few years, but we do have a voluntary program in place since our inclusionary housing was pulled off the books in 2018. We've got more housing units coming online, but out of all those units that have been built, we have very few that have really come to serve the town in terms of employee housing or affordable housing and provide us that, help us fill that need. So I would like to ask if our attorney can possibly draft a priority model ordinance that we could adopt, or a resolution, so that we can get something on the books fairly quickly and then assign P&Z and housing to go back and perfect it and get it to, if they see changes that need to be made. But I guess I would propose that we've got some housing projects coming up that I think it's really important for us to get some type of mechanism on the books so that we can get housing that really helps our businesses in town house employees and helps us as a town work to have more affordable housing for families and the people who live and work in Glenwood Springs. So I guess I'm just wondering, Carl, would it be possible for you to put a draft ordinance based on some of our surrounding jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think it would. It won't be perfect, and it will be a framework. And ultimately, it's going to need to, depending on where it lands in the code, if it's an 070, it needs to go through a public hearing with the Planning Commission. But I do recognize the urgency of the situation, and the only other alternative would be something like a moratorium, which I think is just absolutely the wrong move right now in these economic times. That doesn't help us get at the problem we're trying to address. So I think we could put together something. Like I said, it wouldn't be perfect, but I think we could get something in your packet for consideration for the next regular meeting.
That would be great. That'd be awesome.
Shelley, I just want to say I totally support that. I know it's, we have a couple competing interests. I know that in the past we have struggled with this because of rent versus ownership. But then we have this external factor of the opportunity zone, which means there's a lot more rental units because people have to own it for 10 years. So, Carl, anything that you have in the tool bag that, whether it's we take an ownership stake or equity sharing or anything like that, I think we'd be curious, because I think it came off, or it was suspended for a number of years at the depths of the recession because we want to not kill the potential of development. But I think what we've seen now in the last several years, especially since the lofts kind of kicked things off, is this is a pretty desirable place in general, and then the economic incentives specifically, and then COVID kind of just kicked it up a whole nother notch. So I think now is really the time that we can start to ask the development community to participate more in what they're going to potentially give to the community other than just housing, which in itself is valuable to the community and is needed. So I just wanted to.
I guess my approach to this, and I've thought a lot about it because I was there in the early days of doing, some of the early 2000s when across the county and up and down the valley, we were doing a lot of affordable housing legislation, what worked and what didn't. And I think the important thing is to provide a set of tools to you as council that include both carrots and sticks, right? The development community doesn't respond well, and I work in that world a fair amount, doesn't respond well to simply being beaten with a stick. But if you can combine that with something that makes that more palatable, and those trade-offs oftentimes are on density or parking or two that pop out, or there are tools that we can put together. And that's why I said it would be a framework for you guys to look at. Jen and I were just going back and forth really quickly about timing. We're going to talk tomorrow on that. It's entirely possible we might be able to get something in front of the Planning Commission, but push it to your first meeting in February. So I'll work with the mayor and the mayor pro tem if council wants us to move forward with this on the timing of bringing that back to you guys. But I understand the need for speed on this, if you will.
Shelley, anything else?
No, that's it. I don't know if other council members are interested, but I'm hoping we can move this forward. Thank you, Carl.
I see some head nods, which to me kind of indicate that there's enough interest enough that we probably should at least have a conversation about it. I don't think it'd be a waste of anybody's time. I don't think it's just you and I, Shelley, who are interested in at least the conversation. But Paula and Ingrid are both up next. So Paula, go ahead and correct me if I'm mistaken.
I do think I'm up next, and I fully support what Shelley is proposing. I sit on the as the alternate on the Housing Commission, and I think I've heard this expressed from them and from P&Z. So it'd be great for us to move forward with a conversation. So thank you for bringing that up, Shelley. I also have a bit of announcement because I was recently hired as the executive director of the Middle Colorado Watershed Council. Thank you. And I'm sharing that with you because my role there will include coordination of their integrated water management plan projects, as well as working with local, state, and federal efforts to mitigate post-fire impacts from the Grizzly Creek and Pine Gulch fires. So there'll be some engagement on my part with the city of Glenwood Springs with this new role. And I just want to be clear that every effort will be made to clearly separate my MCWC work from my role as city councilor. And I will be very careful about making sure that they don't cross lines in those communications. So wanted you guys to know that just because of that potential affiliation moving forward.
Awesome. Go ahead, Deborah. Sorry, Ingrid.
Paula, I know when we had talked earlier this week, you were going to ask City Council for potentially some leeway in signing grant letters. I didn't know if you wanted to do that now.
I did ask the board to request to go before you. I just didn't want to, again, cause any conflict that would be inappropriate. But there is some plans to apply for some grants that would be great to have the city of Glenwood support on it. But again, like I said, I was going to ask our board of directors to present to you as opposed to me. But thank you for allowing me to share that, Deborah.
I'm being overly helpful. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. That's what I had. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Ingrid.
And truthfully, I just want to do a shout out. I have had the opportunity in the last couple of months to really engage with a lot of the city's staff. And I want at the commencement of this year to just recognize how hard our staff work and how adaptable they've been this last year, with all the different hats they wear, hats that they have historically never done, from setting up igloos and wearing a million different hats at different moments. And for those of you out in the public who are listening to this, just a recognition that our staff works incredibly hard, and we're so lucky to have them all, their dedication to the city. So thank you. Thanks everyone out there that you guys, in gratitude, we really do appreciate you.
Thanks, Ingrid. I guess I'd just like to start off by congratulating Paula on her new job. That's awesome. The Middle Colorado Watershed is really lucky, having served with Paula for almost 2 years now. I think that group is really lucky to have you as their executive director. Tony, congratulations on your new doggy. He's really cute, cuter than the other one, by the way, the other one you currently have. I don't want to create a rivalry or anything, but that's just my opinion. And I did want to make a couple comments on yesterday's actions in the nation's capital. I think that it's pretty easy to get into us and them and those crazy people, but this is something that infiltrates, and leadership is important throughout the discourse, whether it be the state, the county, or even the local level. And Ingrid, I really appreciate your comments on the staff, because, I heard, I just read right before we came on that one of the Capitol officers who was injured has passed away because of the action of those riots. 3 other are in the hospital. Our police force put themselves in the line of fire every day. And that's something we need to recognize, to keep us safe as citizens, and to keep this community safe. And I think that that's also something as council members, people who serve on boards and commissions, anybody who takes any kind of leadership role and puts themselves out there for the betterment of the community is we're putting ourselves in some kind of risk. I had to this summer take my name off the assessor's roll because I didn't want my address out there. I was getting phone calls every other day from people who were very, very upset on the leadership role this community took in regards to masks. I delisted my address on the About Us page on City Council. I would suggest that we be very careful as City Council people to put out personal information out there that could be easily identifiable. And there's just another way to say it. It sucks. It just sucks that we have to consider this. We had a council candidate, potential candidate, that was considering applying for Rick Voorhees' vacant position that Ingrid now fills. And at the time he said, I don't feel comfortable, really seeing where this world is at. As a minority, he was Hispanic. I don't feel comfortable putting myself and my family in harm's way. And at the time I was disappointed and saddened that he had to feel that way. And I thought maybe he was a little bit, maybe I didn't give enough attention to that. But, who am I to judge what his comfort level is? But then as I saw the commissioner race heating up, and I saw the vitriol that Beatrice Soto went through online and personally, I completely understand where he was coming from. And then seeing the events yesterday, while not explicitly racial, I think were incredibly troubling. And I think violence and the fear and the terrorism that happened yesterday has no place in our community. And that's why I'm incredibly grateful for our police department, our EMTs, to keep this community safe. And I'm glad, at the end of the day, that we don't live in a community like that. Most of the calls I've received that have been the hate calls have been honestly from other parts of the county and other parts of the state and other parts of the county. So I just want to say I really appreciate serving with you all, and thank you for serving the community and also to our police force for keeping us all safe as a community. So there's my rah 2 cents on yesterday. Anything else for public comments or council comments? Okay, With that, I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with items E and F removed per Councilor Hershey's request, and item H.
I move for the approval without those 3 items.
And I will second that move.
Okay, I think I heard Charlie and Ingrid moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, or raising your hand. Any opposed?
Aye.
Let's see. Motion carries unanimously.
I would then move for the approval of items 9, E, and F.
I'll second that. It's been moved by Charlie, seconded by myself. These are items related to. I'm sorry, Charlie?
Sorry, I thought I lost you.
Nope. These are items awarding the fiber contract explicitly for broadband fiber connection in town. Let's just do a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye or raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilor Hershey opposed. Next item is that we asked to be removed is ordinance 29. These are the limit of board member terms on boards and commissions. Paula asked that we just have a clarifying sentence in there. Carl, would you mind just reading what that is and what it does? You're muted, Carl.
Sorry, 3 screens and my mute button is on the last one I can get to. So in the current ordinance, the one line on limit of term of members is no board member shall serve more than 2 successive terms on the same board or commission, is how it reads currently in the packet. When I drafted that, my intent was that, it left open the possibility of you could serve non-successive terms. I thought it encompassed all of that. Paula suggested that we clarify it. I am proposing adding the following second sentence. An individual may serve multiple non-successive terms on the same board or commission. I think it fits with the intent that you guys had with the first sentence. It just provides some additional clarity. I was probably overly lawyerly that since it was not included, since it wasn't expressly, excluded, it was included previously, but I think this just provides clarity. So that would be the suggested change.
Paul, is that acceptable for you? I think Paula froze. I will wait a sec for Paul to come back online.
Paula earlier in a conversation with me when I was working on this language this afternoon said that that would work for her.
All right, let's take roll on this acting.
With that, I move.
Go ahead, Charlie. Yeah, great. Let's get a motion first. Sorry.
I was going to move for approval of item 9H as amended and second reading.
All right, been moved by Charlie. Is there a second? Shelley looks like has a second. All right, looks like Paula has dropped off. I just want to make that recognized, probably from technical difficulties. So Steve, would you call roll?
Let's give her 2 minutes.
Should I wait just a minute?
Charlie, I thought she had broadband near your house.
Tony, could you-
I do.
Oh, okay.
I know that Paula wouldn't get a vote on it, but I'd suggest we have a busy agenda and a lot of people. Oh, there she is. She's back. Never mind.
All right, Paula, the motion was to approve. Sorry, I see back on your phone. Thanks so much. Let's just take a voice vote and or hands. All those in favor signify by raising your hand or saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, on to the regular agenda. Item number 10, this is the Red Level Rescue Grant ratification.
I'll go ahead and just kick this off and then turn it over to you guys. At the last meeting, you guys indicated you might want to talk about new funding or businesses that felt like they should be included in the grant funding that was distributed to restaurants. This is your opportunity to discuss that. We've included in the packet a business that does believe they should get funding. We've also included the list for you guys to ratify. We did add 2 businesses to the list. So it's important that you ratify it. It's Bluebird and Sacred Grounds. So, and with that, handing it over.
Charlie, taking the handoff.
Thanks. Yeah, Steve and I, who are charged with looking at the restaurants and suggesting which ones should get a grant and not, inadvertently had left off Bluebird and Sacred Grounds. We had a discussion about it. I thought we left them off. Steve thought we were going to come back to it. And when we talked about the next morning after the list had gone into into Deborah, we realized we had left them off. So that's why they got added back. The other comment I want to make is that when I went through the list, I looked at the ones on the list, and what I didn't recognize, and I thought of it after we had added Bluebird and Sacred Grounds, and I didn't want to go back and try to reopen that issue one more time. But I think one other place we should consider is there's another major restaurant, which is the Hotel Colorado. And it was not on our list because the hotel is listed as a hotel and not as a restaurant. But they have a fairly active restaurant operation in normal times. And my view is that we should award them a grant as well. And I know we had as I understand, two other parties have contacted us, but only one actually sent a letter, which was Sunday downtown. But I understand there might have been another business who they contacted Deborah about it. So I don't really want to talk about those 2 as well. But I'd like to see us add the Hotel Colorado because there's no reason as a restaurant they shouldn't be included in this group.
Charlie, can I ask a question? I think the intent of this, and I'll ask you, and maybe Steve can jump in, but the intent of this was to help restaurants who had been hurt disproportionately by, at least the idea of narrowing it down by a level 5. Was Hotel Colorado, and maybe somebody can answer if I don't have that information, were they able still to produce and sell food via the guest and room service in their hotel?
I believe they were. I've been in there several times, and you can go into the old bar area and order food and eat it in the lobby or take it to your room. However, it's certainly a lot different than the sit-down restaurant and the sit-down where you go into the bar area and get food. I don't think there's a distinction between that and any other restaurant just because it happens to be in the hotel. All the restaurants are able to do takeout and things as well. So I don't think that's a distinction that we should exclude them on that basis.
All right, thanks. Anything else, Charlie?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Ingrid, go ahead.
Can we get a little clarification on availability of funds before we visit about who should be added to our list? And then also Charlie mentioned that there might have been a few other businesses that contacted you, Deborah. Can you clarify those? Or was it even businesses that we feel like need to be mentioned?
Yeah, of course. If you guys award more money, we'd be going into what I term the Recycled CARES Act funding, which is the original money that we put out before we knew there would be CARES Act funding that we pulled down. So there is just under, I think, $200,000 left in that.
Okay, so it is available for our ability to allocate it out.
Yeah. Okay. I heard from Everest, Nepal.
Okay.
Sundays. Jen, I think you heard from restaurants that I may not have heard it from.
I think I heard from Bluebird. I don't know if there's anybody else who was on that.
And since, Charlie?
Let me just interject one thing, just Ingrid. I talked to Angie Anderson right before the meeting, and she's available if we need her to give input. But I don't think she had any other requests to her, and the chamber is one distributing the funds, just so you know that additional factor.
And is it, Carl, is it appropriate in this motion that we're going to make to add these few on? Should we also just make it super official and add on the 2 coffee shops that we just verbally did?
Yeah, I would include everybody who you want in this motion that you want to release money to. I think before, I'm not sure, Mayor, are you going to take public comment on this?
Yes.
Before you make that motion, you may want to take public comment and kind of hear, I don't know if there's anything we're missing here, I guess is what I'm saying. But yeah, I would want everything and everybody in this list ultimately on the motion.
Great. So before I peace out, I've heard Everest Nepal, Sunday, just to double check Bluebird and the other coffee shop, and then Hotel Colorado. So that would be 5 additional.
Yeah, and in the interest maybe of taking public comment, let's maybe open it for public comment, then come back. It's kind of presented by Charlie, clarified by you, Ingrid. So let's take public comment, come back for our comment after that. So if Ingrid, you don't want to peace out and jump back in to give opinions afterwards, that'd be great. Any other questions, either for Charlie or Steve or staff, or can I open up for public comment and then bring it back for questions and or comments later? Yeah, go ahead, Shelley. And Paula then. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Paula.
Just real quickly, have we heard from Kaleidoscopes? If we're looking at Sunday, again, we're going to get back to you did me, but not you. So, and I know both of those have indoor seating, so does Pinwheels. So we're kind of looking at, and it's back to this original question of,
Sorry. I feel like we're talking about whether we should or shouldn't and this and that. Like, let's bring it back after public comment, if you don't mind.
Okay. I just didn't know if you wanted to add those as part of that discussion, but okay.
I think we can add anything we want. Let's take public comment and then come back and add it, because I think it's going to be some decent conversation.
Okay.
But Shelley, do you have any questions or clarifying questions for either?
I do. I have clarifying questions because we're talking about, it was just mentioned about releasing funds, but I was under the impression that the businesses that are in that list already received our grant funding that had the deadline of December 30th. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think almost all of them picked up their checks.
Okay, so that's that list. So we really, and Bluebird and Sacred Grounds are on there. So we really only have 1 or 2 additionals, right? That submitted requests.
Right. Sacred Grounds and Bluebird have received their checks.
They did. Okay.
They had.
So how many do we have that have not, that we'd be looking at additional funds to at this time? Because we're not looking at parceling out that whole 200,000 at this time, are we? Or are 4 additional?
That we have heard from.
Right.
Didn't we have, I'm sorry, 3, you're right. Nepal, Sundays, and Hotel Colorado. But you haven't heard from the public yet, and you may have other comments. And in fact, I'm almost positive you will.
Okay.
Jen has input, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Jen.
I apologize. The other folks that I did hear from who asked questions was Casey Brewing. Just looking back at my email.
Which one?
Casey Brewing.
Say it again.
Casey Brewing.
Okay.
That's right. I do remember that.
I'll save the rest of my comments for when we talk about criteria and that kind of thing.
And I just want to be perfectly clear that when the other 2 restaurants were added, we had already cut the checks for everyone. So they got an additional 4,600-ish a piece out of the recycled CARES Act funding. We had already spent all the original CARES Act funding. So we've already dipped into that, though I don't think we've technically cut a check to the chamber yet. So just so you know.
Okay. I'm going to now open public comment. Anybody from the public like to speak? Catherine Taggart is on there twice. She might be interested, very interested. Okay, well, I am not seeing anybody. I'll keep it open for another 10 seconds. Mr. Zelinski.
Unmute. I was on a committee that I heard that the Hotel Colorado was not going to apply for funding off of this grant. Charlie, did you hear something different?
No, they did not make a direct request. What happened is after we had added the two other restaurants, very honestly, I woke up in the middle of the night on New Year's Eve and had an epiphany that we had not considered them. And they should have been, in my view, they should have been on the original list, and were not, because they are a full-fledged restaurant and should have been on the list. So that is an ad that I am suggesting they have not made a direct request.
John, do you have anything else to comment on?
Don't you have to request to get a grant, or is it just a handout?
In the original list, John, there was a list of, I want to say 45 or so restaurants. I got the list in front of me. There are people that hadn't otherwise gotten grants from the city already, because there are several other restaurants that had gotten warming grants and things like that. That was a list that Steve and I used to work off of, and the Hotel Colorado was not listed. The other two, Sunday and Nepal, were on that list.
Anything else, John?
I only bring it up because I'm part of the DDA, and I think we helped supply funds for this grant. And I think we had a vote to add, I don't know, how much was it, 50,000?
Yeah, that's right, John.
And our what is it? Our committee, our DDA committee.
Seems like we need to get fiber internet connection to West Park West a little bit quicker. John, you're kind of cutting out. Can you hear us? Okay. John, if you're able to reconcile or get more bars, or get into a place where your Wi-Fi works a little bit better and want to ask that question or continue, I think it's worthwhile, but for the time being, I'll bring it back to council for questions or for comments. Now is the time, I think, to debate and talk and discuss. Councilor Davis.
Well, I would say that I know that Sunday Ice Cream sent us a letter saying that they're important to the fabric of the community, but the spirit of that grant was specifically for traditional sit-down restaurants with, table service. They're not a restaurant, and ice cream shops were in the motion as specifically not available for grant funding, as were coffee shops. We did not add coffee shops. We considered Sacred Grounds and the Bluebird as a sit-down restaurant, in that they do prepare meals. They have kitchens. You order from their menu board. They actually deliver to your table and clean up after you. So that's where we got to that. And KC Brewing, we did discuss as well. They don't have a kitchen. They don't have a menu. They don't serve food. So that's where we were on that.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. Councilor Willman.
Yeah, I agree with Steve on the criteria that would not have included Sunday, and it also would not have included, from my understanding, of the service of Nepal in the Meadows, you walk up and it's set up something like Thor's used to be. And I've not been in there, so I haven't checked this, but this is my understanding. And you walk through and you basically order your food, and then you take that and you sit at a table. So that one doesn't technically meet the criteria. That's, as Steve and I looked at it, I'm certainly willing to listen to council about that issue. But I agree with Steve why we left off Sunday, and why we left off Sunday.
Okay, thanks, Ingrid.
And I'm going to just throw a total wrench in it and say that ultimately, if the criteria does get a little muddy, and if we did end up giving money to the 2 coffee shops, which you go up to the counter, you order, you take your stuff and you go sit down, and there's no table service. I can understand, however, as being a new business in our community, they could rationalize that what they offer is the same as the coffee shops that we have now included. And because of the availability of this recycled CARES Act money, and I'm not saying let's give it all away, but I am saying that a handful of these businesses have contacted us, and just the act of contacting us could be an indication of need. And they certainly are running viable and visible businesses in areas of town, which we do value their business. And I am comfortable bestowing a bit more of this money on a few of these businesses. That's mine.
Thanks, Ingrid. Paula?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Ingrid, and more in the line of, I do think we need to look at this 200,000 plus or minus 10,000, depending on what we've already distributed, and go, how do we help, and what's next? And we had the funding available. The most important thing to me is we help our businesses get through this crisis. All of them have been impacted, and I know at all different levels, whether, everybody could come to us and say, yes, I've been affected it somewhat, but I do think we need to think of the fact that we've got to get people through this and have these places open by next summer, when hopefully our tourist traffic is back. And when we originally looked at this list, and I had done some communication with different counselors, and there was a discussion of, well, if they're a national chain, they won't need as much help. I understand that. I get that. But at the same time, we're trying to entice national chains to come back to our mall in West Glenwood. And we're trying to, so we really want to do a welcoming and supportive role as city councilor if we have the funds and we can do that. So I would just suggest that we do strongly look at, do these businesses need support, and will it get us into the spring and summer and hopefully be back to some normalcy. So I would agree that even if we looked at a partial grant, which I think initially we were going to split it all up and it was about 2,500 each. But if we could at least discuss that to some means and say, yes, we can support businesses. If they are in need, let's keep them open.
Thanks, Paula. Shelley?
I guess I'm finding a hard time deciding where to land on this. I see that it's, I can see both sides of it. I am a little bit concerned that if we go outside of the parameters of the criteria that Charlie and Steve worked to, that we might open the door for other businesses coming forward and asking. So I'll go back to, we decided on a criteria last meeting, and I guess I would appreciate for this pot of money in this round of grants that we stick to that. If we want to do another round, I think we should discuss that separately. And I'll go back to, I'd be interested in seeing kind of a need-based thing, because there might be other industries or business sectors that we're not really considering. We focused on restaurants with this last round, but there might be other businesses that are hurting that we're not that aware of, and that pay city sales tax. And if we can identify them as being down by some specific percentage, and we're able to help those, I'd rather look at something along those scenarios.
Thanks, Shelley. I'll jump in before Counselor Davis. Have you had your, is this your second chance, Steve, or is this your first time to comment? I'm sorry. Second. Okay, well, let me get my first one in, and then we'll go for second rounds. I agree with Shelley. I think we have this $200,000, but it's not free money. This $200,000 of Recycle Care Act money can be used to backfill city operations that have been expended in the expense of COVID. So extra police time, extra, everything we had to do, extra PPE, everything that we had to do can get filled into that. And I'm not saying that we should, hoard every penny and not put it back to the community, but at the same time, our sales tax got hit disproportionately in this community than other communities. This county, is up, I believe, 2%. Their sales tax is up 2% across the county. So we're projecting being down 10%. Our employees aren't getting any raise. The county's employees are getting 1.5% raise. Other communities' employees are getting 1.5% or more raise. And so I'm just saying that I have no problem with this round of grants. I think it's great to get this money out there to the businesses, but before we just start throwing money at people who aren't even asking and start opening other rounds of funding, let's pump the brakes a little bit to see where we're at as a community. Let's wait 30, 45 days, because we don't know if Level Red's coming back, guys. We don't know what Christmas or New Year's is going to wrap for this community or this county or this town. So I guess my conservative suggestion would be let's wait a little bit to see what's happening. Let's develop another round if we think we need it. But in the meantime, I don't want to do layoffs. I want to be able to refund some benefits back to the staff that, we take pains to talk about how hard they're working and, and doing jobs that they weren't supposed to be doing. Everybody's pitching in and really killing themselves to keep this community going. And meanwhile, we're asking staff to go down and, twice a day and empty trash cans downtown and keep those propane heaters going and doing other things that take extra amounts of work given the pandemic we're in. And we're asking them to do it for no more money with no more extra support staff. So I'm not saying we can't get more money to the businesses, but let's not do it today and tonight. Let's see what else is coming down the pike if we go back into red. The other thing, so I think I agree with Shelley on let's stick into the criteria. We did give Charlie, I believe the last meeting we gave Charlie and Steve the guidance to go and make the decisions. We had some pretty good guidance. Coffee shops are a little fuzzy, but I get the rationale, so I'm fine with that. I do think that personally, I'm not, if people don't agree with me, that's fine, but I think Everest Nepal, that is a restaurant. That location is a restaurant. It pays restaurant type rents. It's not a pop-up stand or anything. They have sit-down service. I think that they absolutely, it was an oversight, and that was the direction at the last meeting is if other restaurants come back to us, and I believe they did come back to us, Everest Nepal, and ask about that, inquire about that. So that would be my suggestion. I would also say the intent of that was to hurt businesses that were essentially shut down. And so we didn't consider restaurants like Jimmy John's that had a drive-through window and had delivery service. So while they relied on food service, they didn't rely on, their business model was not 100% dependent on sit-down dine-in service. And so that's why I have a little bit of a struggle with hotels, any hotels. It's not just Hotel Colorado. And it pains me because Christian is a friend of mine. And so this really pains me because, we also had another hotel that was on the list in, I think hotel, there's a hotel by the tram. I can't remember the name of it, but they have a restaurant license. And I know like the Marriott does food service. So I think, if you're a hotel and that is your business, your business is putting people up overnight, the restaurant and bar is a great addition to that business. But Hotel Colorado was not shut down for the 3 weeks we were in a Level Red. And so that's why I don't think it fits within the criteria of if you were essentially shut down for the time that you were in level red, that you should be eligible for that. And businesses that weren't essentially shut down, and Hotel Colorado was not, I don't think we should be tacking on, because then any restaurant that has any food service should feel slightly maligned by that. So I guess my suggestion would be we add Everest Nepal Sundays. It's an ice cream shop. I don't want to open that door. They have 2 other locations, one in Eagle and one in Pitkin County. Those 2 other locations were not in level red. So majority of their franchises were not affected by the level red. And there's not a lot of people buying for 3 weeks in December ice cream. So majority of their sales comes in the summer. So I'm not thinking that their business was completely wiped out on the verge of closing because of 3 weeks of not being able to do sit down service in December. So those are my comments. Round 2, Councilor Davis.
Well, and I appreciate those comments. I think you hit a lot of that right on the head. Charlie and I were given the responsibility to make some hard decisions and choose which ones met the spirit of the grant. The motion from 2 weeks ago was very specific, discussed specifically fast food, chain restaurants, those that had drive-through service, those that were not ice cream shops, they were traditional restaurants. We made those decisions and we did it quickly. That motion was a unanimous decision of this council. And a lot of the conversation tonight is completely different than that motion specifically. And I think we're talking about a completely separate issue. So if we want to get back involved in giving money to every ice cream shop, I mean, that's certainly okay as well, but you're not going to give it to 1 and not give it to 6 that are in town. It's just a slippery slope. A lot of people are hurting, and we can't help everybody in this. We did talk about Nepal restaurant, and we made a decision on that one not to include them because I felt like, and I have been in there and I have eaten, and it's as fast food to me as walking into Jimmy John's. You walk up to the counter, they've got pre-prepared food. They put it on your tray, you sit down with it. So to me, that kind of fell into the fast food category, and the reason that they didn't make the list. But whatever you guys want to do there, it's okay by me. But I don't want to open the door to now a lot of other categories that were specifically not in that motion.
And I'll just say real quick, I have not been in the new Everest Nepal, so I'm not familiar with it. I am familiar with it as Thor's and Moe's prior. So if it is different than that significantly, and it's just takeout stuff, then I'll leave it to the people who've eaten there and understand the restaurant better. Paula, then Ingrid.
Well, my only experience with Everest Nepal is Frank ordered something and he waited outside for 45 minutes before he moved on. So I'm not sure if it's a fast food or you order it and pick it up because we didn't get to the point of actually eating the food. But for us to make that judgment is one thing. But I do agree with Steve. This has turned into a different topic. And I think it's an important topic that we should be aware of, that we have the $200,000 or $190,000 or whatever we end up with at the end of the night after we decide who deserves an additional thing. And we should be aware of it. And whether it's to Jonathan's words that, we're going to use it to help the city if that becomes a need, or the city staff, or if we're going to use it because we get into red zone again. But I think it's really important, especially from Ingrid's initial question, is what's available, that we're aware of this money and that we're ready and prepared to discuss it at any time when something arises and we need to take care of it. I don't want to just see it, and this is no reflection on you, Steve. I don't want to see it slip back into the budget when we have this opportunity for us to help our businesses and our citizens in the community.
Thanks, Paul. Deborah. And then Ingrid, I saw your hand up and I put it down, but.
I just wanted to correct something. We also had a call from Dairy Queen. So we forgot to tell you.
Sounds like ice cream, sounds like a national chain. Ingrid.
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify. And also sometimes there's this opportunity to reflect on your own comments after you listen to the other counselors. And with that in mind, I do agree that we all unanimously gave the opportunity to certain businesses of certain sectors that we felt like had been most impacted by COVID. And in the reflection of the ones that I mentioned, I am in agreement that an ice cream shop, while I really would love to be able to give to everyone, this is the downtime of the year. And it was not part of our original motion that passed on where the money would go. But I do believe Everest, for some reason, they're impassioned in my heart because they're a newer restaurant. They also don't have a drive-through. And I do think that you have to go in, you may have to get something at the counter and you do sit down. So that, that is kind of my rationale in fighting for that one. But otherwise, I'm in agreement that there definitely will be other needs in the coming months. And maybe maybe we establish even this evening that we have a date in the future that we are going to kind of reevaluate where those funds could go and when they, what industry could be better served by them. So, and as well as the city. So thank you. Thanks everybody for just a really engaging, active conversation on that.
All right. And I want to say thank you, Charlie and Steve. I think you guys did a lot of work. You took a lot of slings and arrow. I don't want this conversation, at least for my part, to reflect on the fact that I don't have huge appreciation for what you did, the decisions you made. This is what I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a couple clearing up, might have missed one, 3 or 4, want, but don't really qualify. And maybe we find a little bit more money. So I think you guys did a great job. I think this conversation actually is a reflection of the job you guys did. With that butt kissing, Charlie, go ahead.
Yes, I'd move to approve the 38 restaurants located on the list that's in the agenda packet, plus Everest and Hotel Colorado. That be the final grants in this cycle of funding.
And I'm comfortable seconding Charlie's motion.
Moved by Charlie, seconded by Ingrid. Further conversation. Councilor Davis.
Well, I just, I fully support the decisions that Charlie and I made after the last meeting. And I'd like to take that in a separate motion, I suppose, because I certainly would vote for that, to ratify that. These other restaurants, I think we should take them separately. If we're going to start doing that, going down that road. Because I'd hate to be in opposition to one of those restaurants and as a result vote against my entire list.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, there's been a motion in a second. I ask that we vote on it.
We're taking further comments and conversations based on the motion right now. So that's Councilor.
But the motion hasn't been withdrawn. I just want to be clear on that.
That's correct.
Or amended.
No, that's correct. There's a motion on the table. Is there further comments, which Councilor Davis just had? Is there further comments on the motion that's on the table? All right. I guess I'll make a comment. I agree with you, Councilor Davis. I think that we should just take it as a clean bill. Councilor Davis, was yours specifically for the original ones and the Bluebird and Sacred Grounds, or was it excluding that?
Well, the Bluebird and Sacred Grounds was part of the original list.
Okay.
So that would be the 30, whatever that is. And now tonight we've brought up 2 additional restaurants, and I just think we should take those separately.
Okay. So that would be
Mr. Mayor, if I may, with Ingrid's approval, I I have no problem with taking them up separately. And so if she would agree in a second, I just move for approval of the original 38. And then we'll tackle the other two separately. That's fine with me.
Yeah, so I will amend my motion, or the second of my motion, and we can tackle the other two separately and just approve the first list.
Okay. So the motion as amended is the original list. That includes Bluebird and Sacred Grounds, correct?
The 38 restaurants are in the agenda package, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Let's take a voice count, or voice. Let's actually do a roll call.
Hershey.
Yes. Yes, excuse me.
Russo.
Yes.
Willman.
Yes.
Cop.
Yes.
Stepp. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Paula, you want to give a thumbs up if you? There we go. Let's take it as a.
Councilor Davis
Yes.
and Godus.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right. Is there a motion?
Mayor, may I make a second motion? I would move to approve additional funding to the Hotel Colorado and Paul Everest. And I want to give my reasoning. First of all, Hotel Colorado, had it been on a list of restaurants, met all the same criteria that we looked at. And I don't think just because they had room service and things like that changes the fact that they are a sit-down restaurant, or before COVID, where sit-down restaurants were impacted. And in Everest, you know, we're getting into this gray area that we got into with Bluebird and Sacred Grounds. And so I think they should be included as well, since those two others were attached. So that's my motion, is to approve both those, the same level of grant.
And I will second that.
Okay. So we have the two additional, I guess, restaurants in addition. So any further conversation or discussion on those two additions? Okay, seeing none. Steve, let's call the question.
Godus.
No.
Davis.
No.
Stepp.
Yes.
Cop.
No.
Willman.
Yes.
Russo.
Yes.
Hershey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Additionally, I'd like to make a motion that we consider, I believe it's called the Bear Cave. It's a restaurant that was in our original packet that we decided not to fund, and it's part of whatever hotel that is at the hotel, Rocky Mountain Hotel. It's at the bottom of the tram. Does anybody remember? Glenwood Hotel. I was gonna say hotel. Colorado Hotel, Denver Hotel, Glenwood. So they were on our list as an official restaurant. So I think if we're going to do that, we really should also consider them for a grant as well. So I will move that they also receive a grant to be consistent with the Hotel Colorado.
Mr. Mayor, I think their name is a Pizza Cave.
Pizza Cave, yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to make sure I had the right name.
I like the Bear Cave better. You should open that.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor? Because I'm not familiar with that restaurant. Is it open to public dining outside of the hotel?
I don't know. It has a hotel. It has a restaurant license, and that's why it appeared on our original list. That's literally all I know about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion, and I'm seeing a lack of a second, so motion dies for lack of a second. On to the next thing. Let me look at my agenda. Oh boy, we're right on time. Actually, we are.
Mayor, just one thing I meant to mention. I did have a conversation with Angie Anderson this week after the county approved the 5-star program, and just kind of an update since we're in that area. I think we're waiting for letters of approval, and Ms. Anderson may know, but once we get that done, that application is going to get submitted, and I think we're going to start working with local restaurants to get them pre-approved. So once the state approves us, we get restaurants open. As soon as we get to the original orange level, we can get them open at 50%, not 25%. So we're making progress there. We should know more next week or so.
Great, yeah, and we do have that on our agenda, Charlie, under correspondence, letter of support for 5-star program. So if we want to speak or talk more about that, I think that'd be oh, sorry.
Sorry, I forgot it was there. I apologize.
No, it's okay. No, I mean, I think we
I'm
deserve
sorry.
conversation. Okay, next item is item number 11. This is a professional service agreement for the extension for the municipal judge for 2021 and 2022. Steve Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, 2020 was a tough year in lots of ways, as we all know. So you got to look for little bright spots that we've got. And one of those little bright spots that we had in 2020 was the operation of our municipal court. Judge Maurer has been here since before I came to the city. So she's had some experience here. And in that time, there's been a little bit of staff instability, and that continued this year. We closed City Hall kind of quickly, which meant that we canceled court for some period of time and had to stay everything, which pushed things off and then resulted in a little bit of a unpredictable caseload at that point. We then kind of reopened court in a socially distanced way. So we spread everybody out and repurposed council chambers and stuff and just kind of changed the entire process. We then decided to hold virtual court. So Amanda has been, through a lot this year, but through it all, she always stays calm. She's always professional. We have a 2-year contract on the table for Amanda right now. It's kind of a rolling contract. So we hear from her quickly every year. And so that's what this is about, is to amend her contract, to add another year to it, as we generally do. She's not asking for a raise or anything. So Jonathan, I think you might need to promote Judge Maurer if she's out there, just in case that she's got anything to say. But that's it. I mean, I think staff strongly supports Judge Maurer. And in fact, it's right here. I already twisted her arm into signing the contract. So don't mess this up for me. Judge Maurer, anything you'd like to say?
Yes, good evening. I appreciate your kind words, Steve. Steve and Yvette have helped us tremendously with our social distancing. So I want to also thank them, because they've learned a lot of court processes this year by checking in defendants and making sure they knew their rights in the court and to speak to the prosecutor. We did close court in March, right when the city closed, and we were able to handle things remotely by email and telephone with the court administrator, and who's Robin Bustad, and then the prosecutor, John Collins. So we were able to handle cases for people that wanted to resolve their tickets, traffic tickets, parking tickets, or criminal cases even. We've communicated with counsel more through email and telephone this year than we usually would in municipal court. We reopened court June 1st, and we did have a significant caseload during that time, but we just worked through each case one by one. We have had some challenges with Garfield County isn't accepting any municipal warrants, so we don't have anyone arrested and in custody on municipal warrants right now, but we check the jail every week. And if there's anyone in custody on felony charges, we handle their case in the municipal court. We were bringing them over with security, but now that the building's closed again, we are not bringing them over. But as of December 1st, actually, we went to telephone appearances by all defendants, and then the clerks and I and the prosecutors still go to the court in person wearing masks and are able to handle a lot of the cases. So we prioritize getting these cases handled, both because we want people's rights to be respected in the court, but especially for juveniles. It's very important for juveniles not to feel criminalized or have their case go on excessively long. And so Youth Zone is also working with us. We have criminal court essentially every Tuesday. I'm just filling everyone in because I know there's some new counselors And you're welcome to come, when we have in-person court again, and watch what we do and ask any questions. And then every other week, which is the first and third Tuesday, we have juveniles in the afternoon. So our court has adapted, and we have had extra help from finance to get these defendants processed through our court. And as far as the contract amendment, I had a 2-year contract that expired December 31st, and I still came to court on Tuesday. But I'm just asking for a 2-year contract, which has been my normal contract the whole time. I became the judge effective January of 2017. And so this would be for 21 and 22. And before that, I was your assistant judge for 10 years from 2007 through 2016. And that was always a 2-year contract as well. And so I did check in with you guys last January, but that was kind of a mid-contract check-in. And so this time I'm just asking to renew it again for 2 years at the same rate that it's currently at. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Steve, we didn't pay her for Tuesday, I hope, Judge Maurer.
Absolutely not, Counselor.
Okay, good. Can I say something, Mr. Mayor? I know you're eating.
No, I muted so people couldn't hear me chewing, but it's like, Tony, do you have any questions?
Well, I don't have any questions. I just have a quick comment. Working in the county and district court and in state court, I know how difficult this has been with COVID. I have some interaction with Judge Maurer and John Collins because we share some kiddos from district juvenile court and municipal court. But I only hear great things, and I really appreciate the hard work that everyone's done. It's a very, very difficult situation in every court in this state, from municipal court to the state courts, to the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court. And I know everybody, clerks and judges, are working really hard. So thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for our Judge Charlie?
I don't have a question, a comment, and that is that I've had the pleasure of knowing Amanda since she first came to this community.
20 years ago
3 or
now.
4 years ago, I think.
20 years.
She's only 29, so. And worked with her in our mock trial program early on, and got to watch her through the years. And I don't practice in municipal court, but I have dealt with Amanda in other professional capacities, and she has outstanding professionalism and great intellect, and I'm proud to have her as our municipal judge. And I would move for the renewal and the approval of the professional services agreement with Judge Maurer for 2021 and 2022.
I will second that. I know that we need public comment, Mr. Mayor, but if I could second that, I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. We'll now turn it over to public comment. Anybody from the public like to comment on their contract with Judge Maurer? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. I think we can make this easy. All in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
Congratulations, Judge Maurer.
Anybody opposed?
Oh, sorry. Congratulations, Judge.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you,
Thank you all.
Amanda.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
All
Goodbye.
right. I've heard nothing but great things about Judge Maurer as well, so I didn't want to cut anybody short on that.
Who are you
All
kidding, Jonathan, when you were there for all those speeding tickets?
All right, next item is the MOVE study recommendations from the Transportation Commission. Who is speaking on behalf of the Transportation Commission this evening? I believe what we're doing is I'm going to do 5 minutes on Transportation Commission. If any other commission wants to speak on behalf or against anything we're doing, we'll bring them over as well. And then we always have public comment. So anybody who is either on those commissions that would like to speak during public comment, they'll have their opportunity at that point. So who from Transportation would like for me to promote over to our chair, Mr. Sandy Lowell. Okay. Go ahead, Sandy. You need to hit unmute. It's bottom left-hand corner.
Got it. I don't see me.
I see you. Well, I don't see your picture. Do you have a video feed by any chance?
Oh, I thought I did everything.
It's bottom left as well.
Okay, here's the video.
There you go.
Look. Okay, so we have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, to present on our 3 motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we really wanted to, we have 3 different champions on the 3 different motions, and we wanted 3 different guys to talk. What do you think about that?
I think if everybody wants to take a minute and 38 seconds, they are more than welcome to do it. Who are the 3 people?
Rob Gavrell, Lee Barger, and Ralph Trapani.
Okay. I do not see Lee. I see Mr. Gabriel.
We're a little ahead of schedule, so.
Well, and we have seen this. These have been in the packet all week as well, so we're familiar with the motions.
Okay, so it's me.
Well, it's you and Mr. Gabriel, and who is the other person?
Ralph Trapani and Lee Barger.
I see Mr. Trapani. And if Mr. Barger is able to join us, and I will promote. I just don't see him, so somebody might have to pinch in for Lee.
Okay, well, okay, so we'll start. I mean, 5 minutes. They may come in on the 3 minutes for public comments, but we wanted to first thank you that we're getting to present to you guys the city council. And I don't know what you know about the Transportation Commission, but we've recently started 3 subcommittees for one, transit, parking, and bike ped connections, so that we can have more discussion and have a more efficient meeting. And so we've also taken over doing our own agendas, and we're doing our own minutes to try and be more efficient. So where we are, if I got 5 minutes on the recommendation. So the recommendation number 2 is, and you've all read it, the Transportation Commission recommends the City Council that the MOVE study consultants be directed to focus and prioritize improvements and coordination of existing transit systems, parking policies, and pedestrian bike infrastructure serving Glenwood Springs to improve local traffic conditions before any BRT locally preferred alternative decision is made. Okay, so we understand, we got really lucky that we found out that the staff has shot down all 3 of our recommendations. And there in the staff recommendations, we saw where they have they made the statement that Transportation Commission remains convinced that BRT is needed through Glenwood. And that's an absolutely false statement. We aren't sure what BRT's purpose is. And that doesn't mean that there's not a purpose. We just don't know what the purpose is. 2 main purposes being either to bypass Glenwood or to serve Glenwood people. We don't know. So on this recommendation 2, we want the study, the MOVE study, to improve what we have. We have 4 transit systems in the town. We have Ride Glenwood, the Hogback, the local, and the BRT, and it's on Grand Avenue. And we thought that was going to get streamlined. And look at what we've got. And then you can look at the Rio Grande. and factor that into the mix. Our gut feeling is that if you choose the Rio Grande, the purpose of the BRT is to bypass Glenwood, because you bypass Glenwood. You don't go through Glenwood. You don't service Glenwood. So that's a concern for us. We actually think, and always have thought, that BRT probably ought to come through Glenwood, and the best place to interface with it in West Glenwood is somewhere in the vicinity of the mall, since the Ride Glenwood's busiest bus stop is at the mall. And there have been several studies. We've got a 2008 Ride Glenwood Springs Transit Operation Plan study, and we have a 2014 RAFTA Regional Travel Patterns study.
Hey, Sandy, sorry to interrupt, but I don't want you to take everybody's time, because Lee's in as well, and I'm going to promote him. So it's your presentation to have. I just want to make sure that Mr. Trapani, Gavrell, and Barger have time also to present.
Okay, well, 5 minutes isn't going to be enough for all of us. So I was going to throw out some fun facts for everybody to think about from the 2014 RAFTA Regional Travel Pattern Study. And this is on workforce travel. We also have another member of the committee that is a pretty good archivist, and he likes going through these old studies. So from the city of Silt, 69% of the workforce heads up Valley, 53% goes to Glenwood, 16% goes up Valley. Newcastle, 82% goes up Valley, 70% to Glenwood, 12% up Valley. And in Glenwood, 68% works in Glenwood, 28% go up Valley. And from summer of 19, there was a study done on origin and destinations. And on the Hogback route, there was an average of 208 daily riderships. 84 connected at the 27th Street BRT station. Okay, most of them are going to Glenwood. And then another fun fact is that we need to keep in account on everything you've been discussing. Glenwood pays RAFTA almost $5 million a year from sales tax. And we pay them more than $500,000 a year to operate Ride Glenwood. Those are all just facts that you need to keep in mind. So we're going to recommendation 3, where the Transportation Commission recommends to the City Council that no locally preferred alternative will be with regard to peak hour BRT busway solutions should be selected until a larger regional TDM strategy that focuses on reduction of traffic and improvements of existing efficiencies with Glenwood Springs is completed. This is, we need to look at TDM, and the MOVE study, I believe, was considering looking at TDM, but it was not included in the MOVE study. And to give you an idea what TDM is, travel demand management, it's usually managed by a coordinator for the city. And it's a comprehensive program that includes a variety of strategies, such as enhanced transit, carpools, walking, bicycling, variable work hours, telecommuting, parking management, employee incentives to avoid driving, financial incentives, marketing and education, and a variety of things that is all aimed at reducing traffic. And we haven't really put much effort towards that. And that might be the most significant happening to reduce traffic in Glenwood. And the last recommendation,
Sandy, I have to honor what was outlined. We have a couple other commissions, I believe, that are going to weigh in on this tonight. I'm very interested to hear from the rest of the commission, and I would suggest that Ralph, Rob, and Lee, when we bring this out for public comment, they'll have 3 minutes to emphasize their interests. So you will, eventually, everybody will get their 15 minutes, but it might come in public comment and not as a formal presentation. But I do need to move on to, I believe Laura Kerr from the DDA wants to also speak on this. And I think there is another commission that might have also wanted. I don't see anybody here from, yeah. So thank you.
okay, well, I would like to read through Lee Barger's comment on our last recommendation.
Sandy,
Transit.
Sandy, Lee will have an opportunity during public comment if he would like to speak on his comment, and so will Ralph and Rob. So collectively, you'll have an additional 9 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Laura, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I think the DDA has had 3 meetings on the MOVE study. One in August of last year, one in December of last year, and one just this week. The comments that I was going to offer from the DDA board were really more specific to recommendations that have been coming out of the MOVE study in terms of alternatives. And so I just want to make sure that it's appropriate to share those now. You want me to do that? Okay. The DDA has not adopted a formal position. I do want to share some of the thoughts from the board. These are general in nature, and I want to say that I think in many ways the board has more questions at this time before being able to make formal recommendations. In August and December of last year, the DDA board voiced significant concern about a BRT alignment on Grand Avenue. The issues that the board identified included loss of parking, proximity of bus traffic adjacent to the sidewalks, bus turning movements at 8th and Grand, nominal savings of the time for the BRT moving through Glenwood on Grand Avenue, CDOT control of Highway 82, and a perceived concern of more vehicles on Grand rather than fewer, taking away from the pedestrian experience downtown. We met again with Terry, Raft, and others earlier this week to discuss the study in more detail. Very appreciative of Terry's time with us. In the conversation this week, the board advocated for preservation of the Rio Grande Trail with worries about degradation of that trail experience for residents and visitors. Proximity of bus traffic to the trail and at pinch points like Glenwood Elementary School. There's also a concern about bus traffic on the Rio Grande and contributions to noise and air pollution in that important trail corridor. The board was more willing to consider a Grand Avenue scenario with turning the buses at 9th and Grand and looking at hybrid scenarios with no net loss of parking as buses use the parking lanes for peak hours in one direction only. But as both alternatives have significant challenges, I think the board also wanted to make sure that other alternatives like Midland Avenue have been fully studied. It would be helpful for the board to better understand specific impacts to Grand Avenue and to walk the corridor to see how things might change with BRT recommendations on that important thoroughfare. The board also wants to make sure that there is concerted outreach to the business community before any final alignment is determined. We did, with the city and chamber, get a postcard mailer out and an e-blast out, making people aware of the study and on ongoing conversations, but we've had limited success in getting the business community to participate in the conversation. In terms of parking, the board noted the following. They would like people to be intercepted before they get into town. So transit parking at West Glenwood is a better alternative than some of the other suggested solutions. The board understands that the study is looking at a management approach to the existing supply of parking first, with studies for additional parking to come later. In general, the board is very concerned about that approach. They feel that there is a parking problem in downtown, and that in terms of a planning process, garage locations should be identified for both the south and the north side of town. And I think lastly, the board is a strong advocate for improved bikeways in town, bike sharing, and other alternative modes of transportation that make it easier to get around without a car. I know that there are some DDA board members on the Zoom call, and I would hope that they would add comments or clarifications during the public comment section.
Thank you, Laura. I think that'd be a great time to hear from anybody from the DDA who would like to comment further on this. All right. We have the recommendations. We've had them in our packet since Monday. I believe we've all reviewed them, and as well as staff's response to that. Thank you. Sandy, sorry, I cut you off. We have a tight agenda tonight, and I believe there is anybody from, I believe the other one was potentially Parks or Rivers Commission. I don't see anybody from those commissions here that might have wanted to speak tonight. That's why we didn't want to see it all the time over.
Yeah, no, as far as I know, River Commission has not really discussed the MOVE study.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I think we can bring that out to, we can bring it up to public comment. And this is where I would love to hear, I know I brought some people over from the public, but if Mr. Gavrell, Mr. Barger, Mr. Trapani want to speak, and or any members of the public, now would be the time. So I'll pick and choose. Please unmute yourself, somebody who's already promoted. Mr. Gavrell, there you
go. Thank you, Mr. Godez. May I share a screen in this presentation?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, great. I just want to share a graphic. I hope this works. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so in brief, some of the comments that we wanted to get across on behalf of the Transportation Commission. We like the MOVE study. We like its goals. Its goals, as we understand them, are to solve a problem we all experience, which is that we have a problem that threatens to grow far worse. As with any problem like that facing the public, you've got a couple different ways of trying to solve it. One involves incentives and policy changes to try to change people's behavior, or perhaps solve the traffic problem by incremental improvements with what we already have, a conservative approach. Another approach is to try to build your way out of it with new infrastructure. In the past, that's always been a mixed bag. You know, we always lose something when we try to build something, and we always tamper with unknown consequences. The MOVE study frustrates the Transportation Commission, which I'll echo Sandy's comments, has become much more robust in the last few months, galvanized mostly by the MOVE study. We have a lot of wonderful goals, everything from improving the various transit systems. There are 4 here on the screen that you'll see, all of them run down Grand. Their schedules are somewhat competitive. You've got as many as 8 or 10 buses in the morning running down Grand. The signals on Grand have not been synchronized. There's no, as far as we understand it, plan to where the bus stations are, so all the buses stop in the middle of traffic, causing a traffic jam. There's no HOV lanes on I-70. There's no incentive programs for employers to get their employees using buses more. There's so much low-hanging fruit that we have available to us to help with the traffic situation in Glenwood Springs. The MOVE study, in our view, was to synthesize all of that and give us a plan. Where should Ride Glenwood Springs go? What should be its schedule? Why does it start at 6 in the morning and all of the BRT buses start at 4? The important background to get that plan together is to understand who's riding the buses, right? You have Down Valley commuters coming to Glenwood. You have Down Valley commuters going through Glenwood. You have Glenwood commuters going up Valley, and you've got local Glenwood residents going to local Glenwood locations. Where are you going to reduce the traffic? How do you reduce it best? If most people are coming from Down Valley to Glenwood Springs, having a BRT system that goes from Glenwood up Valley doesn't help you at all. If most of the traffic is local Glenwood Springs residents trying to get around, we should be building a more robust Ride Glenwood Springs. The problem that we have with the MOVE study, to get to it, is that you have all these wonderful tools that the MOVE study promises to explore to help us with our situation, but it also presumes two things that we disagree with. One, that you're never going to succeed. You're never going to solve the problem with traffic. So you may as well give up right now, Glenwood Springs. You have to build an enhanced BRT. You've got to build some huge structure, and you're going to have to lose the Rio Grande corridor to do it, or you're going to get a 7-lane freeway on Grand to do it. We reject that premise without trying the low-hanging fruit. And we specifically reject it because the more we've asked, who is the BRT supposed to serve? What is the populace that is commuting that by using an enhanced BRT route will fundamentally decrease traffic in Glenwood Springs? And we've come to believe that DREPS doesn't have the data. They don't know who's using the buses. They don't know where they're getting off. They don't know where they're going to. And if a fundamental pillar of the MOVE study is to build a BRT corridor, all we're suggesting to you with my recommendation is, can we put a pin in that? Can we first let the MOVE study proceed to identify all the things that can solve the traffic, give that time to work? And if it doesn't, and there's a demonstrated need to solve the problem further with the BRT, by all means, let's talk about it. The Rio Grande makes sense in some capacities. So does Midland in some capacities. So might Grand. But we can't make an educated decision on that without first understanding what the population is we're trying to serve and how best to solve the traffic problem by letting MOVE proceed first and pick a BRT enhanced route later. I know I've gone over, but thank you. That's my comment.
You wouldn't be a good lawyer if you didn't push the boundaries. Mr. Trapani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year to everyone. Rob, could I trouble you to put that graphic up, please? Thank you. Rob is not only a good attorney, he also knows how to run Zoom better than I do, and I really appreciate his help. So let me just refresh everyone. Recommendation 3 is a recommendation to City Council that no locally preferred alternative with regard to peak hour busway solution be selected until a larger regional transportation demand strategy that focuses on reduction of traffic and improvements of existing efficiencies within Glenwood Springs is first completed. So we're making this recommendation. And if Rob, I'll keep talking here and see if Rob can get that slide up. We're making this recommendation as a MOVE study predicts a 40 to 50% increase in traffic between today and year 2040, which is the planning year, 20 years out. Just to give you an example, today at 7 a.m., there's 2,500 vehicles. That gives you, and again, I think most of you are familiar with how we measure congestion. It's called level of service. So thank you, Rob. Level of service A is literally no traffic, and level of service F is a traffic jam. So you can see I've got a MOVE study graph on here. Don't be intimidated. It's pretty simple. On the vertical axis, we've got vehicles per hour. This is taken out at the traffic station south of 29th Street on Highway 82. And across the bottom, you've just got the hours of the day from 1 to 24. So you can see the 2020 maximum, and these tend to be maximum peak hour volumes that the MOVE team has provided us. The small dots below are 2020, and you can see 2040, we're looking at a 40 to 50% increase. So again, let's go back to 7 a.m. You can kind of follow up there. At 7 a.m., there's 2,500 vehicles, which gives you that high level of service C or low level of service D, the kind of grayish and bluish, which is a reasonable level of service for peak hour. But let's take a look at 2040 at the same time at 7 a.m., there'll be nearly 4,000 vehicles in 2040, an increase of 1,500 vehicles, which starts kicking you into a high level of E, probably just brushing level of F, which is a traffic jam. This study assumes a 3% annual increase in traffic. We believe that transportation demand management can reduce this traffic growth. Sandy already went through the kind of laundry list. We've got an excellent presentation from Linda Dupriest at our meeting on Tuesday that I hope can be made available to the commission that really gets into the detail of some of these opportunities. We believe that we can reduce annual growth of traffic and prevent this massive increase in congestion, which is creating the perceived wall of traffic for RAFTA to get their buses through. Of course, the climate benefits from lower CO2 emissions are obvious. Just remember, the Transportation Demand Management Program on the Grand Avenue Bridge project reduced traffic by over 20% for the period of the bridge closure. And I believe we can use similar tactics that communities used to them, develop a good strategy and plan, get some buy-in, do some outreach. And I believe we can reduce that 3% down to something much more manageable. It's going to give us benefits across the board. So let's see what we can do with TDM before large investments in peak hour busways are made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Nice job. Apparently you don't get the same 30-second consideration because you're not an attorney.
Engineers, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ralph, so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to speak before you. I'll keep this as succinct as I can. I'm speaking about resolution number 4, which recommended the BRT downtown station should be an inline station only rather than a park and ride or a transfer station. The 3 types of BRT service connections were discussed for the downtown area. The inline station rose to the top for a number of reasons. First, the Transportation Commission felt park and ride stations are best kept on the periphery of the city in order to reduce the amount of cars driving to and from and parking in the downtown area. 27th Street and West Glenwood Station, and perhaps a park and ride near the airport when Southbridge is constructed, would all serve that function. Second, we have the image of Ruby Park in Aspen, and it's a great example of a transfer station. This was upgraded a few years ago. It serves an impressive number of routes. It can hold 8 buses on site and another 10 curbside on the adjacent blocks when in demand. We felt the constant circulation of buses into and out of a station combined with the idling of the large buses was not compatible with the uses in our constrained downtown area. Finally, we believe the BRT terminus is best situated in West Glenwood, which is something you heard from the RAFTA COO earlier about. So taking a BRT bus off the main line to stop, circulate at a station, and then enter back into traffic seems counterproductive to the BRT concept of fast and efficient service. We discussed possible inline stations that could be viable near 9th and Grand and City Hall and one at 14th Street. The inline stations would provide the service where it's needed most, maintain route efficiency, and still provide transfer points for local routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Rod, would you mind there? Thank you very much. Other public comment. I see a hand up in the public. Let me try to get to that. Sorry, guys. There you go. Catherine Taggart. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Jonathan and council. Can you hear me all right?
Fantastic.
Great. All right. I had not intended to comment on this, but I can't let a good transportation discussion go by. I just wanted to ask council to make sure that you're addressing the real problem. RAFTA's problem is moving people to Aspen, and it's not in the blocks between 8th and 27th Street. As you know, I've served on council, served on the RAFTA board, and as well as being a BRT writer for a number of years, actually. And that's not the issue. The issue is not within those few blocks. It's not going to make that much difference. The Transportation Commission is correct. Council really should take their comments into consideration. TDM is exactly what is needed in this situation. It worked well as
Kathy, you kind of cut out on us there a little bit. Okay. Kathy, I tell you what we're going to do. We can't hear you right now. You cut off after probably about a minute in your comments. I suspect you were not done with your comments. So if there's someone else from the public that would like to, Kathy, are you back? No? Okay. If there's anybody else from the public that would like to comment on this, I'll come back to Kathy if there isn't.
there I am. I'm on now. Am I on now?
You are.
Sorry.
You were.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you're good. Can you hear me now?
Anyway, I'm just going to close and say that council needs to listen to the Transportation Commission. Don't take RAFTA up the Rio Grande corridor. That's a wrong decision. And that's all I have to say about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathy. I think we got the gist of it.
Okay, all right. Great.
All right. All right. I will bring it back now to, is there any other further comment from the public? Carl or Deborah, do we have any, I believe we actually have a funding decision to make tonight. Is this the appropriate time and conversation to discuss that?
I was going to ask if you want to hear from Terry at all.
Oh, yes. Yes, that would be really fantastic. I just didn't see Terry anywhere on the, where is Terry?
She is over in the attendee list.
I'll promote her. Hold on a sec. Oh, there she is.
Hi, Council. If Jonathan, would it be possible to also promote Kurt Robinschlag and Dan Blankenship? I think they're here as well and proponents of the study.
Yes, it would be possible. Okay.
Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure. I can't hear any of you. Okay, yeah. Tony is nodding. Thank you. So, I think the Transportation Commission went over, their recommendations very well. And I do think that, I think that they think and I believe as well, and I know RAFTA believes as well, that this is a very important study. There are a number of things, both regional transit and local transit and how it interacts with the city and, how we carry, both citizens in and out of Glenwood. I think it was alluded to that, we do have models that reflect that there is a lot of congestion that's projected for our corridor, in the next 20 years. I know right now, we have just started to feel just a little bit uncomfortable sometimes in the, particularly in the late afternoon. We've had discussions with residents off of Blake and Palmer about cut through traffic as a result of, backups on State Highway 82. And I believe that, as the corridor becomes more congested, that will become more common. I do think that it's important for the city to continue to look at ways to reduce that. I do think that TDM is very important. Linda did give a very good presentation about how particularly large metropolitan areas have looked at TDM and, just to begin to offer some suggestions for our community to look at TDM as well. And I do think that there's a lot of work that we can do with TDM to begin to reduce our traffic overall. As far as the inline station or the transfer station or the park and ride, I think that those are things that that I'd like to spend more time to consider. I think that the council has heard from the DDA a little bit and also from the Transportation Commission. I still feel like we have a lot of work to do in terms of trying to fill in the holes. But I do believe it's an important study. I guess I would encourage the council to continue working through all of these different aspects of the study. And I don't know if RAFTA has anything that they'd like to add, Dan or Kurt?
Thanks, Terry. This is Kurt Ravenschlag.
I can't hear you, Kurt.
I can. Can anybody else hear Kurt? I think everybody else can.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. I'm Kurt Ravenschlag, Chief Operating Officer for RAFTA. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members
Hey,
of council.
Kurt, we still can't hear you.
Hey, Terry, can you hear us? Terry?
Maybe they can't hear me.
We can.
Can you guys hear me?
This is Dan. Can you hear me?
Hold on one sec, everybody. We're going to figure this out. Give me 1 sec.
Can you hear Dan? Because I can hear Kurt. And if you need me to interpret, if you can hear me, I will do that.
I can hear Kurt just
Yeah,
fine.
I think they can all hear me, Dan, except for Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terry's the only one that can't hear. I think she can't hear any of us right now.
Okay.
Okay.
She can try to read my lips. Well, I certainly appreciate the feedback that the Transportation Commission has not only provided tonight, but has provided over the several months that we've been working on this MOVE study. They've been invaluable to help guide this study and provide very useful feedback that has helped us craft the alternatives that the project team is evaluating. We are still in that evaluation process. The study's not complete, and I know we're still working on providing answers and information and data to help answer some of those questions that the Transportation Commission has brought up this evening and in the past. And hopefully we'll be able to provide that information to the commission and eventually to this council and to the RAFTA board to where we can all feel like we're at a point where we can have some level of informed consent on a decision of which alternative we end up going, or possibly an alternative we haven't even developed yet. So with that, I just wanted to acknowledge the commission and their work and their help that they've provided on this project. They've been extremely engaged and helpful. As it relates to their recommendations this evening, I think as it relates to some of the downtown station locations and parking, that is feedback that they've provided to the project team, and I know is being accounted for and incorporated into the alternatives. I know there have been various design considerations and concerns that we've heard from not only the commission, but from other groups that we've had public outreach with, such as that we heard from Linda regarding concerns of areas where the trail may be close to a bus running way, proximity of elementary schools to a potential bus running way. So those concerns are being accounted for and incorporated into the analysis that's being performed. I don't believe necessarily any decisions need to be made at this point. The study's still underway, and you'll hear here in a minute that we are requesting to be able to continue this study because there's more work that needs to be performed because we have been increasing our scope to account for all these various iterations and concerns and potential alternatives to evaluate. As it relates to sort of what phase or process we approach the local network within Glenwood Springs, that one is a little tricky for us to be able to accommodate. Working on developing the local Glenwood Springs network prior to or in advance of identifying where the trunk line will be located. Think of it like a tree. The branches follow where the trunk is. And we really need to identify where the trunk line or our BRT is going to be aligned, where its end terminus is going to be located, so that we can identify where those connection points from the local Glenwood network will be to the trunk line and to its ultimate terminus. So that work does need to occur first before we can really dive into the local network. But the local network analysis is part of the scope of this project, and it has been waiting to be performed until the trunk line's been identified. TDM, I, in previous employment, managed a very robust TDM program. It's an excellent thing to have in a community and a region. It's something that should definitely be a part of Glenwood Springs and our Roaring Fork Valley's set of tools in addressing congestion as we move forward. I will say, though, probably one of the most effective TDM measures is having a reliable, effective, rapid transit system that's easy to access by the public. That and quality pedestrian and bicycle facilities for your community. With those in place, then the promotion and marketing and coordination with local businesses becomes a lot easier. With that, I believe that's all I'd have to say, unless Dan would like to share some more.
Dan, do you have something to add?
Nothing other than to thank you for giving me the opportunity to see Kurt for the first time in about 6 months. I think he did a good job of hitting all the bases. And like he, I appreciate all the comments from the Transportation Commission. This is intended to be an effort that involves the community. We are not trying to dictate what we do. We do have some experience running transit services, and from my 30-some years doing that, I have learned that having a convenient service, a service that has high frequency, that's safe and affordable, goes where people want to go, picks people up where they want to be picked up, is going to generate more ridership and do more to take cars off the road, provide a more attractive incentive for folks than one that requires them to make several mode changes to get where they want to go. And I know that we're kind of looking at this in terms of I-70 people traveling through town, or potentially Glenwood Springs residents hopping on it and going up Valley and coming back Valley, down Valley after they work. But there's probably a significant opportunity to get more people who are staying in the Mid-Valley at the Element there, or any other lodging accommodations in Carbondale, Mid-Valley area, or up in Aspen or Snowmass, to come down to Glenwood Springs and dine and shop and go to the Hot Springs pool if they can do a one-seat ride. So there are other benefits than just getting commuters on the bus. I'm happy to take any questions. Again, I applaud all of these folks on the Transportation Commission. I think they've done a good job, and we look forward to continuing to work with them as we move towards the completion of the study.
Thanks, Dan. Is there any questions for actually anybody? Either our funding partners that have gone in half and half with us, being RAFTA. If Terry is able to hear us and respond to us, that would be great.
She is trying to fix her volume.
I'm good now, I think.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You're back.
So sorry.
If anybody has
so I missed all of Kurt's and Dan's comments. Do you have questions for me that I can try to answer?
or anybody else, go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I got several questions, and I guess start Kurt maybe with you or Dan, but probably you. The question that the Transportation Commission seems to be struggling with, and if I misstated, I hope one of them will correct me, but what they seem to be struggling with is, and I think Rob Gabriel said it, who is BRT and who are they supposed to serve? Are we trying to serve the people coming from Silt, or Newcastle, Silt, and further west? Are they trying just to serve the Glenwood Springs people, up to Aspen people? Who's the primary customer or passenger the BRT is trying to serve? So I'll start with that. I got a couple other ones, but that's, I think, one of the fundamental ones.
Well, I think the answer, their council member, is all of the above. We have member jurisdictions in the I-70 corridor that we know would benefit from being able to connect to the rapid transit system that RAFTA offers. We know that there are residents of Garfield County, Western Garfield County, who travel I-70 to communities like Rifle and Silt and Newcastle that are coming into Glenwood for employment, or through Glenwood into the Upper Valley for employment. We know that there are residents of Glenwood Springs who right now don't have the best access to the BRT system to be able to travel up Valley for employment that they may be traveling to. So right now, the location of our BRT at the southern end of Glenwood Springs with limited parking capacity, the ability to easily access that BRT currently can be challenging, even for Glenwood residents. So our hope is that by extending that service through Glenwood to West Glenwood Springs, by providing adequate parking access to that facility, that we will not only be able to help Glenwood Springs better access that service, but we'll be able to provide a meaningful connection for our members and residents of Garfield County along I-70 to access that service as well, and hopefully capture those cars and get them off the road before traveling through Glenwood to access the service. I would also state that I worked on a similar project like this in my previous employment in for the city of Fort Collins. And we had a very similar system of a BRT. And the concept of that system really wasn't a transportation solution. It was really more of a growth management and an economic development initiative for that community. It knew that the community was going to grow, and they tried to be intentional in focusing where that growth and development occurred in the community. And they did that by enhancing the transportation infrastructure in the locations that they wanted that growth and development to occur. And that's what I would also see by this, is by providing an enhanced facility like this that's adding to your transportation capacity, which is already very limited. You are creating opportunities for people to locate new investment opportunities adjacent to these types of facilities and providing opportunities for affordable housing and by being able to access affordable transportation to their employment. So these types of investments, I think, are more than just transportation solutions. I think they're also can be solutions for your growth management and for economic development opportunities.
And Kurt, thank you. I think that answers my question. The question, I think, kind of follow-up question that I think that I have is, Dan mentioned, one seat people, and if you're getting people out of Newcastle, Sylph, Rifle, going to Aspen, who don't need their pickup trucks to get their equipment and stuff there, just need to get up there and work. Are we getting into two-seat system or making them come down to West Glenwood and drive their car there and then get on a bus? And why? What's going to convince them they ought to get on the Velocity Rapider, the BRT system in West Glenwood versus driving through Glenwood and going on up to Aspen, since they've already driven, in some cases, half their way?
Well, typically that decision is driven by cost and time. And that is primarily by the infrastructure that's in place to accommodate their vehicles. So parking, where are these folks going to park when they get to their destinations? What is the cost of that parking? The time to travel in congestion. Are you able to save time by getting on the bus and traveling in protected travel lanes where the bus is able to travel past the congestion and access these locations without the cost of parking? Those are the types of decisions that drive people to make the decision to transition from a vehicle to a bus. And that is really the primary concept behind BRT, is we're trying to provide a service that is competitive, if not more competitive, than the automobile. And if we can do that, we can start getting people out of their cars and into the bus. And that's the concept behind BRT.
Thanks, Kurt. I had one more question on our other topic that we talked about earlier today, and that's we need to get more public input into alternatives for BRT. And I know that in the agenda pack, I don't know if the public sees as much of that, the idea of modeling and things like that. Could you, so that people understand that, could you talk a little bit about why the extension's there, why the additional costs are needed?
Sure. Well, we have, over the course of the study so far, the number of alternatives and variations to the alternatives have grown quite a bit more than the project was originally intending. And that was driven by feedback from the public and from the various boards and commissions that advise this council. And we want to be able to accommodate those various alternatives and iterations so that we can come up with the best alternative that's going to work best for not only Glenwood Springs, but for the entire member jurisdiction of RAFTA. So the project has taken longer. The scope has increased to be able to look at all these various alternatives and design iterations. And I think it will ultimately result in a better product and recommendation for us all to move forward with. But that is really the driving factor for the extension in time and scope.
Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate your information.
Paula.
Thank you. To our transportation committee, I know you guys put in a lot of hours and early morning hours, and now you're doing extra meetings. So first off, thank you for all the effort that you put into that. And then RAFTA, I'm a big public transportation supporter, and I like to see that kind of use. I live and work mostly in town, so I don't use RAFTA that much, but I have accessed it when I worked at Valley. But what I'm hearing tonight, especially after listening to our transportation committee and then listening to the DDA, is the two things. One, the transportation demand management, and I'd like to find out if that's part of the study. I've never quite heard if we're incorporating that in the study at this point in time. or if that's going to be added to the study when we extend this, if and when we extend this another 6 months, or participate with that. Can somebody address that?
I'll speak to transportation demand management, Paula. We did get a price from Parsons and their subconsultant Baird Pierce to add transportation demand management to the study, but it's on the order of about $83,000 or $84,000. And from my perspective, it is important, but we also have some in-house champions, both Ralph Trapani, who has some experience with transportation demand management, and Linda as well. And I think that before we spend money to add another task to the project, that we should try to use our local resources first.
Okay, thank you. And then the trunk line part of it, the other thing I'm hearing, and I'm hearing it from the DDA, I'm hearing it as my own personal, as a citizen of Glenwood Springs, is we are really the crossroads for rafted traffic up and down Valley, and there's no escaping it. It's not like you can go to Paonia and get over to Aspen or anywhere else where nobody's going over Cottonwood. And so there is a huge concern on this concept of, the traffic running, increased traffic, additional stops for the BRT. Is that what I'm understanding? A possible downtown location where we've got buses entering and exiting and a parking area. So we'll end up having all this congestion downtown. And I'm trying to now go back in time and remember why we aren't looking at Midland or other alternatives. If BRT is basically a rapid transit to quickly get through town, why aren't we looking at a route that doesn't clutter up and congest our downtown?
Well, can I take this one? And Kurt may want to jump in as well. BRT in the Upper Valley goes right into the heart of Aspen, goes to the Ruby Park Transit Center. And as Lee was saying, there are a lot of buses there, and there are a lot of activity there with pedestrians, people on bicycles, cars, and buses. The majority of the riders on the BRT get off on 3 stops in Aspen, on 8th Street, on Garmisch Street, and at Ruby Park. If we dropped everybody out at the roundabout, probably not as many people would use it if they had to transfer and wait for another bus and so forth and so on. So when you look at the current service that we have, there's maybe 75, not exact here, but maybe 75 trips a day from 27th Street up to Aspen, and from Aspen down to 27th Street. But there is somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 trips from West Glenwood Springs Park and Ride lot to 27th Street, and that are in service. And excuse me, and throughout the day, there's another 27 trips that are ending up out there at the West Glenwood Springs Park and Ride lot. So if I'm somebody that is coming from Newcastle or Silton Rifle and I want to go up Valley, even if it's on the south end of Glenwood Springs, but I want to go to Carbondale, I want to go to Mid Valley, I want to go up to Aspen, but I don't want to drive all the way there. I've got to maybe park at 27th Street if I can find a parking place there, so that I don't have to worry about missing a bus and then having to wait several hours to get a bus out to the West Glenwood Springs parking lot, because there's these huge gaps in service. So if it works for me to drive from Silt to West Glenwood Springs and I hop on the bus there, and the time coming back where that bus actually goes back to West Glenwood Springs, that's great. But since there are gaps, if I miss it, I could have a long delay. And that uncertainty about catching it, knowing when to catch it, the lack of frequency makes it less desirable. If we have every bus that's going from Aspen to Glenwood Springs, ending at West Glenwood Springs, there will be more people from I-70 that will use it. There will be more people in Glenwood Springs that will use it. There will be people at out at the Meadows, for example, where you have a huge row of apartment houses that will use it to go through town and further, to go skiing, to go to work, to do all sorts of things, because they don't need a schedule. They walk out their door. They know that every 10 minutes in peak times, that bus is going by at a certain time. They know every 15 minutes during non-peak times, it's going to be going by, and it becomes more automatic. The system we have right now, because it terminates most of the service at 27th Street, makes it less viable, makes it less attractive for the people that are using it. And we have to think about this in terms of stages. We're not going to have BRT going all the way to Battlement Mesa in the next year or two. It's going to take time for us to build things incrementally. If we would have had the resources at the time, we would have extended BRT to the downtown area day one or out to West Glenwood Springs. We didn't. Now we passed Destination 2040. We have the resources. We build that stage. And then years ahead, when we get partners from Garfield County and from Silton Rifle and Parachute and other people contributing to it, we develop the rest of the system so that 20 years from now, when we see those traffic volumes going up, we have the system in place that's going to provide an attractive, convenient alternative for people so that you don't have gridlock worse than you already do on Grand Avenue.
So for clarity, Dan, you're saying you're going to add BRT stops throughout town rather than using our internal bus system that Rob Gufrell
No.
earlier? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm not saying we're going to add stops. I'm not saying we're going to add stops in town. I'm saying that we would use the existing stops and perhaps some subset of those going forward. Kurt, you may want to.
Yeah, I can jump in. And I would just preface that when we do bring the findings of this study before this council, we'll have a project team here that can speak to more in depth to the various alternatives that have been evaluated and screened out. But short of that, I can share just some of high level data of why Midland really wasn't a viable alternative and was screened out during the level 1 screening. Primarily, first and foremost, it's detached from the majority of the activity centers of Glenwood Springs. Being on the west side of the Roaring Fork River, the ability for passengers or for us to have a station, because the intent would be to have one or possibly even 2 stations between 27th Street and the downtown of Glenwood, that would be challenging to facilitate along Midland. So we do want passengers to be able to access the activity centers within Glenwood Springs, and that's a challenging thing to accomplish on Midland. Midland is also
is adding stops when that is what you guys are considering.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
in looking at the alternative along the Rio Grande corridor, as well as on Grand Avenue, there would be inline stations somewhere between 27th Street and the downtown.
Thank you.
Shelley.
Okay, thanks everybody for being here, RAFTA, and also our Transportation Commission and staff. I guess I have a couple of thoughts here and questions, but first of all, I guess, is Transportation Commission still on?
They are attendees right now.
Okay, I have a question that maybe they can speak to, maybe others can speak to it also, but one of their recommendations is that we do not have a station in downtown Glenwood for transit overall, I guess, or BRT in particular. And I was hoping to explore that in a little more detail. If they could explain to me what are the elements of a transit station in downtown that they do not like. And I believe it's the concept of maybe having a lot of buses parked down there, or an idling, or staging there, and or maybe it's the idea that there's going to be a big park and ride there or something like that. But I guess for me, the vision of our downtown, and to have a vibrant downtown and have it kind of be the hub, is that we would want a transportation hub somewhere in downtown Glenwood Springs, close to our government center, close to all of our shops, and walking distance to the Hot Springs pool, tourist destinations, the Amtrak station. You know, there are a lot of reasons where I kind of envision an active transit hub in downtown, especially with the concepts we've looked at for the confluence. So I guess I'm curious about that recommendation from the Transportation Commission, and I haven't had real clarity on what that objection is. So,
And I think, Shelley, just to maybe, I guess I would maybe ask Charlie as a liaison. I think you two both attend both of those meetings and probably can speak to it.
I attend all the meetings, and I still don't have clarity on that. So,
Hey, Jonathan.
Yeah, Terry.
I think I can elaborate just a little bit, because I have heard a lot of their discussions, and there's concern about bringing cars in and parking, and so that would be, you know, where you would increase the amount of congestion in the downtown area by actually parking with the transit station, something like the 27th Street station. There is concern about just having buses. I think we heard Lee mention earlier, like buses idling. You know, I think that probably happens at 27th Street as well. The buses are waiting there, and they take off after a few minutes, or perhaps even after a break. I can't remember, but at one point we talked about how the buses were taking breaks, and I think that they might have been moved up to Blake at one point in time, but I'm just trying to remember. And then at one point Ralph was talking about the noise of buses accelerating and decelerating were some of their concerns about having a transit station. And I think, with the inline stations, I think that they would say that they're not completely opposed to being able to transfer between like the local system and the BRT, but they want to have it happen out on Grand, and to be able to just make those transfers quickly, and like an inline station along one of the blocks, as opposed to having a station somewhere.
Thank you, Terry. And I guess my point of asking that question is, I think there's I don't know about the rest of council, but I kind of has a vision for downtown and of it being vibrant. And we've talked about adding quite a bit of housing, especially as we develop the confluence and as we infill downtown. And I think in order to have that, we're going to need a vibrant transit hub if we really want to grow as a modern city and not be inundated with vehicle traffic. So I'm interested in finding that compromise. Let's find out what those differences are, but find the common ground to work towards a vision of having a hub so that people in downtown, whether they're commuters or visitors, tourists or locals that want to access downtown, access possibly a bike share system or whatever other transit modes we have downtown, that there can be a meeting place and a hub there of activity that can really add vibrancy to downtown. And I hope there's some type of shared vision there between what will come out of this study, which I thought was part of the intended goal of the study from the beginning. As part of the MOVE study was looking at that transit station downtown. So I'd like to see if we can find common ground there between the Transportation Commission's recommendation and what will come out of the study. The other piece I'd like to talk about is TDM. I think that is so important. And we've talked about it for years in the city. Aspen has a strong TDM program that they have worked on over the years. I think it's high time that Glenwood Springs got one started, but I totally agree with Terry. I don't believe this is the time it's not something that's in the scope of the MOVE study. I don't think it needs to be studied. I think we have tools there. We have someone on staff who has experience in TDM. We have people on Transportation Commission that have experience there. And I think it's more about, at this point, putting that toolbox together and putting a plan together and starting to implement it as part of Glenwood Springs transportation strategy in concert with our transit system and RAFTA and BRT, and not spend money on consultants or studies at this time. Let's get a plan in place and work with the staff that we have and empower them to do that. So I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Shelley. Charlie, I hate to do this to you. We're running pretty low on time, and I think we need to get to some kind of resolution here. I think there's. I
was going to answer the question about the Transportation Commission. That's all I was going to do at this point.
It's great.
And
yeah.
I think the reason they don't want a transit station is I think Terry got most of it and a large part of it. But the concept is they really want to, as Dan and Curtis said, to intercept this traffic out of West Glenwood. I think the mall area would be better than the current area because it's easier for people to access I-70, but to keep it out of the downtown area. In line into the idea of dropping people off, and they'll pick people up in Glenwood at 1 or 2 stops is great. And one maybe downtown, one maybe at 14th, maybe 19th. I mean, those are the hospital, the other places where we got people coming in from the west. But I think that's the concept. They don't want to have a lot of buses circulating, staying there and waiting for other people to get in when a bus is running late. They don't think that's a good use of that area in the near where the Orson distributed is now. Thanks.
Thanks, Charlie. I'd say we've gone off the rails, but I think we've gone off the RAFTA corridor at this point. This is a good conversation, but we need a decision point, because I think earlier today we talked about, I believe, like, help me out here, like $90,000. Do we want to continue to go down a road where we continue to fund a study, knowing that we've already contributed this cost of the study so far spent by both entities has been how much? Somebody help me out here. 600 and some thousand? Someone help me out. Okay, I'll be on my own. 600 and some.
Oh, $600,000.
Okay. And so this would be additional money. And just to help clarify briefly, either Terry or Kurt, what do we get for that $90,000 extra dollars?
Kurt, do you want to
Sure.
tackle that one?
Well, I think primarily we retain a consultant team to assist both RAFTA and Glenwood Springs staff in completing this study. And secondly, we'll be able to continue with our public outreach and data collection and analysis, and be able to develop some tools that will better illustrate the various alternatives on Grand Avenue as well as in the Rio Grande corridor, so that the community can better have as good of an understanding of what these alternatives could be as they can prior to us determining a preferred alternative.
But I don't quite understand. We had the scope of work a year and change ago, and it's going to be 600,000. Are we being asked to expand the scope of work significantly? Has us or the Transportation Commission or the community said, we want to see it go more this way, or what's the reason for the extra 100,000?
Sure. Yeah, the original budget became we went through that budget quicker because there were additional elements added to the work that we've done in 2020 to accommodate looking at various alternatives, different iterations of alternatives, looking at providing additional data to the study to be able to better understand travel patterns. Unfortunately, up here in in the mountains. We don't have access to the type of data that more urban areas have that are provided by MPOs in terms of origin and destination data or travel demand, multimodal travel demand models. So a lot of that data isn't readily available to us like it is in other urban areas in our state. So there's costs to trying to obtain that data. So we've been trying to really provide the information as best we can to the public, and that has gone above and beyond what we've originally counted for in the budget.
And so, you know, one of the things I do is work with contractors and fix up houses. And I'm always, I'm not likening you to a contractor who's going to put a lien on my place, but you know, it's always frustrating when we get towards like the end of a project and the contractor's like, oh, well, I had to do, you wanted a new roof, but you didn't say you wanted new gutters, but I thought you should have some gutters. So I guess I'm kind of curious how it expanded specifically and who made the request. Did we? I mean, and very fair, like maybe at some council meeting, because I think we do this quite a bit where we say offhandedly, yes, we would like more public outreach, especially during the time of COVID. We definitely need something more robust. And we'll say something like that, not quite understanding the impact of what we're saying. So I just want to make sure that at some point we said something like that, that had caused the cost of this study to expand by 25%.
Yes, so
15%. Sorry, math is bad for me tonight. 15%.
right, and I will have to say that not being the project manager of this, I'll be doing my very best to try to speak intelligently to this. And I do think we have our project manager from Parsons on the call who could provide more detail if necessary. But in general, we did have additional alternatives that we were asked to evaluate. And I believe most of those requests came from the Transportation Commission. There may have been some other local entities that requested that. We did also get requests from the RAFTA board, and I believe you being a member of it as well, Mr. Mayor, for us to provide some additional public outreach and graphics and better illustrations of what these alternatives could be. That is a component of this additional scope that we asked Parsons to provide us, is with additional tools to be able to convey what these alternatives are. So renderings, animations, those types of things to help illustrate the alternatives.
And so just, sorry to beat the horse dead, but either our staff or this council did request additional work to be done for the $90,000 we're being asked for, correct?
In an indirect way, being that those requests had come prior to this additional scope that we're asking for, that exhausted the budget sooner than before the completion of the project. But the one additional component that we have added is the public outreach and graphics and renderings.
But who specifically requested that expansion of that work, scope of work? I think I've asked 5 times. I still haven't got a clear answer, and maybe I'm the only one that doesn't understand.
Looking for names and numbers.
Somebody, did we say it? I mean, and very well we could have, but I just want to know how we're being asked for $90,000 more and who requested it.
Yeah, honestly, Mr. Mayor, I think that came from leadership from RAFTA. I know that there was a request for the project to be able to provide additional public outreach and the graphics that I referred to. I can't specifically say if there was 1 or 2 individuals that made that request. I know that request was communicated to me, that was something that either Glenwood Springs or possibly the RAFTA board was interested in seeing being added to the project.
Okay, I'll quit beating you up, Kurt. All right. Go ahead, Shannon.
I'll just make a couple of comments. You know, we really are at about 80% of the overall budget for the project. And I think that if we were satisfied with the amount of public input that we have, you know, I think that, you know, and that the council would be satisfied with a recommendation with staff, from staff, without more involvement from the public, from the DDA, and from from the Transportation Commission, and resolution of some of the issues that we've raised. We might be able to finish within the dollars that we have. I do think that as Kurt's already said, the total over, or 90,000 was going to go to additional virtual modeling, and then 90,000 really extended the study for another 6 months to do additional analysis, answering some of the questions that have been raised by the DDA and by the Transportation Commission, and looking at things like with the Grand Avenue corridor, for instance, really looking at the section and deciding if we're going to run have BRT lanes on Grand Avenue, how much of the medians do we need to take out? How much of the landscaping do we need to take out? Those kinds of analysis are things that are remaining, I guess. I think from a staff standpoint, could we make a recommendation to you? Yes. I'm not sure you would be satisfied if we didn't really spend some more time with analysis and public outreach.
Thanks. That's helpful, Terry. Shelley and then Tony.
Jonathan,
Shelley's spoken before, Mr. Mayor, like 3 times, and I haven't been able to talk once. So are we going to just go on till 11 o'clock at night, or are we going to wrap this up?
Well, I would technically probably to give it to Shelley just because you're rude and interrupted, but you.
I was just going to say very quickly that one of the requests that I heard for more public outreach and possibly an extension came from the focus groups that I've been involved with. So that was a request from them too, that there's just wasn't enough information available for Glenwood Springs to really be able to consider the 2 alternates for the BRT route with what was available. And with COVID and the impacts to the public outreach, it was really limited of how much you could reach out to the public and demonstrate to them the concepts here. And I'm ready to make a motion, but let's let Tony.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Tony.
Thank you, Shelley, so much. Dan Blankenship is going to be shocked that I'm, having known him a long time, that I'm not in favor of spending any more money for any more studies. I don't know what the future holds. I couldn't predict 2020, 10 years ago if my life depended on it. People are traveling differently. They're telecommuting, and I agree with everything you said, Mr. Mayor, even though you got mad at me about this sort of bait and switch with this study. And we talked about this in the work session, and I certainly respect RAFT and what they're doing, but they could study forever. And if you just give them more money, they're just going to keep studying. Why not? And I don't think there's really an end game here. So I think we are at a point where we need to make a decision, but I would love to hear Ms. Kaup's motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Go ahead, Shelley, if you have a motion. I would love to hear it.
I would move that we approve the request for 180,000, is that correct? For additional funding, not from Glenwood Springs, but for a 6-month extension to the MOVE study contract. That funding actually being provided by RAFTA, I believe, but partially through our MOC funds that were the MOC agreement funds that were used for the trail. We're going to be used for some trail improvements, which will now be done in-house. Is that correct, Terry?
Yes, the total ask is 180,000. 90,000 would be from the city, and yes, it would be for additional evaluation and public outreach.
But that money, 90 from the city, is not cash.
That's correct. It's coming from the MOC sale. Yeah,
exactly. And we're going to do savings on that money by doing the projects in-house.
That's correct.
So I'll revise that to say to approve the 90,000 for the city's portion of the extension, a 6-month extension on the MOVE study to incorporate the additional outreach and modeling as suggested by RAFTA and our staff.
Is there a second? We'll continue to the motion like a second. I have a question briefly. If we're able to save that money by doing some of these things in-house from the sale of the MOC, what happens now that that motion is not passed? What happens to that $90,000?
I imagine that, it'll just stay where it is. I don't know that we would do anything differently for now. We did plan to do that work in-house irregardless.
I have a question.
Right, Paul.
Can I ask a question? Did somebody second that motion? I apologize. I was diverted for a second.
No, the motion died for lack.
I'll second it. I apologize. My fault. I wasn't timely in that, but I will second it. So.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
The zombie motion came back from the dead. All right, Paula, go ahead.
So we've talked about this 90,000 out of the 200,000 from the MOC. What a package. And so that leaves 110,000. Does that mean that the RAFTA will be still doing $110,000 worth of work on our Rio Grande Trail here in town in a future date?
So my understanding of the MOC funds were that they were just transferred directly to the city, and the city was then going to be responsible for completing the work that was outlined in that 200,000. So if there are remaining funds, I think that they would be the city's to use as they needed to, and RAFTA didn't have any responsibility other than the transfer of the property, I guess, in that agreement.
So we are taking money and giving it back to RAFTA?
No.
Or giving it to Parsons, I guess.
So yes, but you are writing the check, the city is. Because we got the money from RAFTA, now you're taking
it back to RAFTA.
Giving it back. Thank you.
Deborah, then Charlie.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Steve or Yvette if she knew if we have received the money and if we put it into the capital fund.
Yeah, we have not yet, Deborah. The improvements haven't been done yet. So when I spoke to RAFTA, we agreed that we wouldn't receive that money until next year when the improvements were done.
Thank you.
So does that mean after this 90,000, Steve, you will get 110,000 when improvements are done?
Yeah, I think when the improvements are done, we'll get the $200,000 from RAFTA. So if we can perform some of those improvements in-house, that would free up that $90,000 that council could choose to allocate in this fashion or whatever other fashion you guys would prefer to. Does that make sense?
Kind of, yes. Thank you.
Be clear, if this motion doesn't pass tonight, does not mean that we cannot potentially bring it up at a future date. That Parsons not moving out of the community. They're not going to throw up their hands and say, we'll never work with these people again. I understand there's some synergy that would be lost, but it doesn't mean that this thing is dead and we'll never examine it and we're throwing $600,000 of work in the trash. I think, somebody correct me if that's incorrect. Okay. Steve, then Ingrid, then Charlie. And then we really need to be wrapping this up. Steve Davis.
Ingrid, then Charlie, then me.
Nope, you, Ingrid, then Charlie.
Well, I'm just going to say I'm not going to support this. $600,000 for a study that to me seems like this is RAFTA's study. Yeah, Glenwood has something to gain by the study, and we have something to gain by RAFTA coming through town. But, if we were 20% and RAFTA was 80% on this thing, I think that'd be a much more appropriate So we're $600,000 in this study, and what they're telling us is we need renderings and illustrations, and that's going to cost another $180,000 on top of the $600,000 that's already been spent. We need more DDA input and the Transportation Commission input, and that costs more money. That didn't cost any more money. I wouldn't support spending any more money. RAFTA should finish this. They're going to have to figure out how to satisfy the citizens of Glenwood in trying to get their buses through town to move people from Silt and Newcastle. And I'm done with this. I couldn't believe it when we passed the 600,000 a year ago. Had you told me a year ago it was 800,000, I'd really been miffed over it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ingrid.
And I'm going to jump in and pretty much echo what Steve said. I actually, and Tony's going to love it when I use a quote, but it's at the tail end of a John Lennon song. And it's that whole life is what happens to us when we're making other plans. And in this case, I think it's life is what happens to us when we're doing another study. And I feel like there's just so much studying, and the reality is that we're always pushing it forward when really right now we have so many other areas that I think we could appropriate those funds. If we're turning down $4,000 for the Historical Preservation Committee or Commission to do things that I feel like are valuable, and yet we're trickling towards $1 million for a study on transportation, it seems excessive. So, and once again, I don't always know the complexities of it all, but I will say, it does seem excessive.
Thank you, Ingrid. Deborah, your hand is still up.
I raised it again. I just wanted to make clear that the city did not put in a full $600,000 for the study. It was, I think, around $300,000. Just because it's confusing, I think, for anybody watching.
Yeah, nobody said that, but it's a $600,000. No, it's an $800,000 study. That's crazy.
Charlie.
And I'll be brief. I understand it's taken a long time. The reason I seconded the motion, and I'm still debating in my mind how I'm going to vote on the motion, but the reason I seconded it is my concern is that I don't think the general public in Glenwood Springs yet understands what's being proposed. And they're talking about bus lanes on the Rio Grande Trail, and I think there was a lot of negative feedback in the DDA earlier this week about that concept. And I think we're going to get more negative feedback. If this was in COVID times, we'd have, I think they call them shreds, where they have the boards up and they can show you the visuals and things like that. And we haven't had that. I attended one public feedback on this, and there was hardly anybody in the public participating. I think there was, I don't know how many numbers were actually watching, but there weren't a lot of people giving feedback. I don't like spending more money on this proposal. And I agree with what Steve Davis is saying and others that we spend money on studies and it goes nowhere. But we have a regional transportation problem here, and we have to find a good solution to it. And we have to begin planning, not for tomorrow, but for 10 or 15 years from now. And that's what this is intended to do. And if we don't get good public feedback, we may have just wasted the money we've already put into this study without getting that additional feedback. And so I don't want to waste the money we've already spent. I don't like spending more money. And that's where I'm at right now. And I frankly haven't decided that yet. Thank you.
All right. To summarize, we have a motion on the table from Councilor Kopp and a second by Councilor Willman. Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, would you call the question?
Kopp,
Yes.
Willman,
Yes.
Wusso,
No.
Hershey,
No.
Stepp,
No.
Davis,
No.
Godis.
Given that I might be asked to vote on this as a member of RAFTA and additional funding, I'm going to abstain on this vote.
Motion fails.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if we're going to take a break, but could I make a motion to continue item number 13, which again, it's not spring yet and we have some time, for 2 weeks?
Yeah, I'm fine with continuing that.
If everyone else is. If everyone else is not, then I would withdraw the motion or suggestion.
Yeah, we're
My only concern is, Deborah, is that going to impede planning for the spring cleanup if we delay that for 2 weeks?
I think we are fine. You guys had asked that we address it early on in the year, so we were just trying to fulfill what you wanted.
I just don't think 2 weeks will make a big difference. Thank you.
I probably agree, Tony. I just want to make sure it wouldn't be a problem. So thanks.
I think the second meeting in January still probably applies to the early in the year intent. Okay, so if everybody's okay with that, give me a kind of a thumbs up or head shake to continue item number 13. Awesome. Do people want to take a 10-minute break and then hit the last two items on this, or do we want to try to power through?
Let's take a break, please.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, who's this?
this is Dan, and I know I'm out of order here, and I apologize for that, but I was wondering whether or not the city had taken a position on the proposal for RAFTA to fill the gap on the 27th Street underpass. I know you talked about that in your work session today, but I just was wondering if you needed a formal council head nod or a vote or anything like that.
Mr. Blankenship, you are out of order, but that's a very good question. You're absolutely right. We haven't. I don't think we did, because I don't think we directed those funds in a work session.
I'm happy to wait for 10 minutes if you want to come back. Hopefully this wouldn't take that long since you spent some time on it this afternoon.
Let's just do this. I move that for 27th Street, it's in our pack. We discussed it earlier today. I'll just make a motion that we do approve the reallocation of those funds to support continuing for the construction of the 27th Street underpass.
Second.
It's been moved by me, seconded by Tony. Further discussion? Deborah?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask something else before you got away. You guys vote. I'm sorry.
You want to ask it now, Deborah?
No, because I want you to answer this one. It's kind of the last topic.
Oh, geez. Okay. All right. So it's been moved by myself, seconded by Tony. Steve, please call the question.
Tillman,
Yes.
Seb?
Is that my name? Sorry. Yes.
Yes. Davis,
No.
Godis,
Yes.
Cobb,
Yes.
Wisso? I'm sorry, that was yes, right? Okay. And Hershey.
No.
Motion passes.
All right. Deborah, did you have one last thing?
Okay, yeah, just really quickly, I just wanted to clarify. So no additional funding for the study. You guys are generally good with us doing the best we can with what we have, and we're going to do, what we can.
I think the failure of the motion to speak to, yeah, we just don't want to continue to fund. The council doesn't want to fund any more of the study at this point.
Okay, we will do the best we can with what we have.
Yeah, I would say if it's significant, then I guess bring it back before us, before you go down a long road of things that we maybe don't agree with or don't want. But yeah, I think we got the gist of it. Let's reconvene at 9:15.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Best
Dan.
to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, we ready?
Jonathan, let's just finish it up.
Just call it, continue everything else.
Not continue it. We'll vote.
Sorry. Okay, it's 9:16. We are back. Item number 14, adding private improvements to public projects. I'd just like people to know that I am 4 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we do have a problem that we still have a recess sign up.
Oh.
Maybe that's good.
Well, quite possibly.
My favorite subject.
Can you do something about that, Jonathan? Do you have control?
I don't.
I texted Alyssa. We'll be back in a second.
There you go.
All right. We're now calling this meeting back to order. 9:17. We are on item number 14. It is adding private improvements in public projects. Terry, did you?
Okay, I will just introduce it and then we can talk a little bit more about it. We have been talking to a local resident, which I believe she might still be on the line, and I think she would like to make some comments when we are ready for those. It's Mrs. Leah, and she lives off of Hager Lane, and she is concerned about a couple of issues. One is the sidewalk that will be proposed, immediately to the east side of the new road on South Midland. And she believes that the sidewalk will allow for people to come get off of the sidewalk and then go down the hill towards the river, towards her house and towards her neighbor's house. She did say that, that her neighbor, I think, has experienced a break-in or an intrusion in the past, and they have some security concerns with the sidewalk. They would like us to build some type of a fence into the project to, kind of screen their property and force people to, continue, I guess, down the project. In addition, Mayor Godis has asked us to participate in the replacement cost of a fence that's between Park East and Park West drives down there. And both of those issues, from a staff standpoint, I have some concerns with. The concern is in using public dollars to, for private benefit, essentially. When we do public projects, there are times where we have negotiations with a private property owner. We had them, in South Midland, and we will have them with South Bridge, but they're associated with right-of-way. When we need to take right-of-way from a private property owner, we usually open the negotiation and try to smooth the, I guess, the issue with them and allow for some trade of cost with improvements, whether they be a fence or trees or something. So those are the times where we use public dollars for private benefit. But outside of that, we try not to, we don't. Because we are just limited in public dollars. So our position from a staff standpoint is that we would like to not approve either one of these things. And from there, I will open up for the council to discuss.
Well, let me just jump in, because I guess I'm the co-presenter / counterpoint on this, because it always was something where living in this neighborhood, I think that every time you drive by, there's like 9 fences that are just absolutely in different, people have painted them different colors, they're in different shades. I can't speak to the other request for Rockfall or a fence, in the other ones, but I'll just speak to the one that I'm familiar with. And, there is a history of us doing beautification for the public good. And I think whether you're talking about the roundabout on Midland and Airport Road in Midland, we're going to improve that with some beautification. We've done that with all the roundabouts. We took a vote. I think Councilor Davis was supportive of it, of putting the sandstone buff on the undercladding on the 27th Street Bridge. I think we spent about $200,000 on that. That is a public improvement, but it also is a significant visual enhancement for the people who live in those townhomes on the west side of the river, and anybody else who is living in those condos above A&B Bank as well. So we've done things, and in my neighborhood, there's a pathway to the 3 Mile trail that I don't believe it was any right-of-way acquisition, but when they paved that, they put really, and this is what got me thinking about it, is the city put, I believe, at 100% our cost, the city's cost, no cost to the residents at all, a really nice PVC fence. And that was about 10, 11 years ago, maybe even 12 years ago. And that fence looks as good today now as it did 12 years ago. And so, I get not putting public dollars to the benefit of individuals, but we've done it before, where we do something that we wanted a visual break from those 2 houses on either side of that trail going into the 3 Mile corridor. If you haven't been there, I can show you sometime. We put a fence all around our recycle center, which is bordered by several private parcels and raft on another side. So we have always continued to do that, to put visual and beautification barriers in between us and private properties, usually at 100% our cost. And so I think what some of the residents that have talked to me about this would like is just a cost sharing of, they would pay for half, we would pay for half, because they understand there is a benefit for sure to them. But also the benefit is a third of our population lives in South Glenwood and commutes on that road. Midland is one of the most heavily trafficked city streets in our entire city. And so to not allocate, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 out of a $14 million project for beautification, the fact that it benefits some private individuals is not, I don't think, germane to the conversation at all. I think that if we want to get rid of that really ghetto fence that has been ghetto since I've moved here and just looked really, really bad and is one of the pathways up to Sunlight and up to 4 Mile, then I think it makes sense to have the conversation about whether we as a city want to do something like that. And yes, it happens to benefit some residents. But I guess I would ask you to maybe set that part aside, because it's not primarily for the benefit of the residents, it's primarily for the benefit of the third of the town that commute on one of our busiest city streets. That's my spiel. I'm happy to answer any questions. But with that being said, now that I'll take off my co-presenter hat and put on my mayor hat, does anybody have any questions for Terry or myself? And then I would like to turn it over to public comment as well.
Mr. Mayor, I love any questions. I'd like to hear from the resident on Hager Lane, since you had a chance to present for your point of view.
Sure. Who is that resident?
It's Miss Aaliyah, Lynn Aaliyah.
Lynn, okay. Lynn Aaliyah, I've
unmuted me.
There you go.
Oh, that's weird. Can you see me, or do I just talk?
We can't see you.
I wouldn't mind seeing you in the bottom
How
left.
There's also my next door neighbor, Natalie Kellum, is also on the call as well, and she would love to speak. How do I view stream? How do I make myself visible?
On the bottom left, you'll see the mute button or the audio button, and there's a stop video, start video.
mute. Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. No.
It's not that important, actually.
All right. Well, I actually am a radio person, so I'm used to just talking in to the radio. So I'd like to see you all. Anyway, good thing it's.
There you are. I had to promote you.
Yeah, but now we can't hear you, Lynn. You're muted.
I'm Lynn Aaliyah. I live at 3305 Hager Lane. And I want to thank you all so very much for staying up so late, and to Terry and to the staff who have been so transparent, who have been so helpful. Their expertise and their time and their kindness have been fantastic. So I want to thank you to start for that. I also want to say that I am 100% completely in support of the new pathway that's going in on Midland. I agree with Jonathan that it's going to improve the quality of our life. It benefits us, and it is an alternative to, it just is wonderful for the city. So blah, 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 long story short. With that said, I am here this evening. I have for twofold reason. One is to talk about the security barrier / fence. And the second is to discuss the existing agreement with the city that my subdivision, there's just 3 of us in this little subdivision, and the insurance policy for the rockfall fence that we pay. So is there one that you'd prefer me to discuss first?
No.
Lynn, maybe because Jonathan started with the fence, maybe we should start with the fence first on your side too.
Okay, so what we are proposing or asking for is a security fence or a barrier in addition to the guardrail that's going to go up along the proposed sidewalk that's going up on Midland. And the reason for that, it's about it would be about a 300-foot area. That's all it would cover between 3307 Hager Lane and 3229 Hager Lane. And the reason that we are proposing this security barrier to help protect us, as Terry mentioned, well, let me back up a little bit. There's only one area, which is about 300 feet on that bike path, where you can have access, direct access to the Roaring Fork River. And that happens to be in our backyard. And right now there are concrete barriers that people have shimmied along Midland, hopped down. My neighbor has been broken into, as Terry mentioned, and we've often caught people trying to get river access because it's the only spot that's visible that you can easily cut through, and it's, as I just mentioned, direct access. So we're not asking for anything cosmetic, though that would be beautiful, as Jonathan proposed. It made everything sound so pretty, but that is not what our intention is. Our intention is precautionary measures for vandalism, for damage, for river access, to protect the actual integrity of the slope, and concerns that if people hop the fence, the little guardrail that Ryan explained is about a 3-foot guardrail, who's responsible for the damage at that point, and if somebody gets hurt as well. And we are completely willing to work with you to find an affordable, we think a 300-foot fence, and I like is an affordable, practical mitigation and solution for potential damage in our neighborhood. So that is what I have for you all. Questions? I don't know how it goes.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And then my next door neighbor, Natalie, as well. She would love to, she's here as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Natalie. I think you want to talk about that security fence as well. And then Linnea, if you want to talk about the rockfall barrier after that, that'd be great.
Good evening, everyone. We'll make it quick. We have had a situation where someone was cutting through the river, and as a crime of opportunity came in our home. I believe Tony Hershey actually prosecuted them, and I spoke with him about that years ago. But the existing retaining wall that is part of the Riverway subdivision, the stucco barrier that you see, we are the first, as you come along as a pedestrian, you'll be the first and the only visual of the Roaring Fork through there. It goes directly between Lynn and I's home. It's where I store our rafts. I have a young child whose bedroom window is there. I spoke with Ryan and Mike Fowler as we were engineering this, and both of them were open ears, but neither could really wrap their mind around, like, well, why would somebody be going down there? And I can't tell you how many times I've had a guy in waders and a fishing pole just trying to find his way down. It may seem like a relatively benign thing, but knowing that it's already happened to me, I was actually in my home when the gentleman broke in with my 2-year-old daughter. So already have an example of a real security issue. And like Jonathan mentioned, this road already holds more than 1/3 of the city's traffic, and the dream of Southbridge out there, it will only increase. And so this isn't a cosmetic or an aesthetic ask. I'm truly asking with a security aspect in mind. I don't feel like Lynn said with the total cost of the project that we are asking or wasting city dollars. Right now, it is already proposed to be a 2 to 3 foot retaining wall with a small kind of decorative fence above it. I feel like for this 300 yards that we take the retaining wall up, which would visually stop people from seeing the Roaring Fork on their pedestrian ways along. Small frustration with, we got all the way through this part of the process before there was any kind of even courtesy call to let us know that there would be what the major construction would be in our backyard. I understand that everyone has the right of way and it's not required, but I do spend quite a bit on my city taxes and would like to think that you guys would do the courtesy of allowing a little bit more feedback from residents that are going to be so directly affected by such construction. It's late at night. I think I sent an email today to Jonathan with this documented, so I won't ramble on, but I do humbly ask that you consider, if this was your backyard and someone could stand in it from a major road and glance at the gold medal fishing waters at the Roaring Fork, that you would consider how much of an issue it could possibly become. And I've already had one issue. We've also had 3 cars crash in the back of our yard. That is how we initially got the concrete temporary barrier that was there. I worked with the previous city manager to get that in place, and he was quick to recognize that this was a safety and security issue. I think it's really unfortunate that Lynn and I's agenda has been paired with Jonathan's agenda, which does seem to be so cosmetic. And it's quite a bit different in what we're asking and what we're proposing. So please consider, and again, don't expect any results tonight, but have been emailing back and forth with other members of the city for about a month, and would gladly meet with anyone on the council that wants more information or is perked with interest or concern. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Natalie. And Lynn, Leah, and Natalie, I'll promote you back to attendee here. So just know that you'll pop off for a second. Lynn, Leah, I think, sorry.
It's 2 names, but that's okay.
Oh, okay, okay. Lynn, then that makes it easier.
Lynn, yeah, okay.
Miss Aaliyah, could you briefly describe the rockfall mitigation also?
I can. So, what do you want?
Well, I believe you were also asking for rockfall.
So separate from Natalie, but it's late. There is a rockfall fence on Midland right above. Do y'all know what I'm talking about, or do I need to describe this? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so in order for my home and a empty lot, which there's no home in front of us right now on the river, that is the reason, like that's why it's empty property, it's unbuildable land. In order for our little subdivision to be made, we have to pay insurance. We had on that rockfall fence. Am I making any sense? So every year we pay thousands of dollars insurance for this rockfall fence that's on city land. And what we are asking now that the road is being made and the sidewalk is being made is that we re-look at this requirement to have this insurance policy. Because we're asking you to remove the actual requirement to have this, for us to be responsible for this insurance policy, because the project has significantly changed the original agreement. It merits removal, and the topography of the land has changed, the conditions have changed, and for the existing rockfall fence. So again, I spoke with Terry about this, and I just want to really give Terry a huge round of applause. She's been just absolutely incredible, as well as Deborah Figueroa. We're trying to put everybody together, and Ryan, like, truly, thank you for all that, but I digress. So that is what we are requesting. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you're great.
Okay. I'm on radio DJ, and so I don't see people, so I never know, and I don't really care usually if I'm making sense or not, but this is rather important, so.
You absolutely do not have a face for radio, Miss Alea. You're fantastic.
I have legs for radio. Sorry.
All right. I see a lot of hands up. I think there are going to be a lot of questions. Lynn, hang on. There might be some questions for you, some questions for Terry. Paula, Ingrid, Steve, and Shelley. Paula.
My first question is for Lynn. Lynn, that requirement for the insurance policy, was that for the city requirement, or was that your home insurance? Who required the insurance?
It's a long story. So do you remember that it's on your website, that giant boulder that went into somebody's house? That's actually was before Natalie owned that home. That was the previous, she can answer it if you want her to. So in order to build this my subdivision, in order for the man to get insurance, in order for the guy to get insurance when that boulder came in, it was an act of God. But what happened is it ricocheted off of a lamppost, and I could be telling you a tale, and he got his insurance money because it was no longer an act of God, or the opposite way around. So in order to build my subdivision, they put this rockfall fence that the city said that we have to pay. It's about over $1,000 through Glenwood Insurance in case rocks come rolling down the hill.
So to do the development, the city made that a requirement as part of the development.
I could have said it just like that.
Okay, that was my first question. My other questions are for.
Hold on. Sorry, Carl.
I wanted to clarify, and I think Terry can, if I'm remembering correctly, the reason for that is because the rockfall fence is built in the right of way on city property, and hence, like with any other encroachment in a public right of way, we require insurance.
And who built the fence, the rockfall fence?
But the subdivision did, but it is in the city right of way. They needed that to be able to get the subdivision approved and insurable. And that was the only location because of the slopes. So the developer made that choice. And the city at the time agreed to it. But like I said, as with every other encroachment into the public right of way, for any development project, we require insurance for that encroachment for the city.
And does that make a difference, Carl, now that we're doing all this work on South Midland?
No, it's still in the right of way. And I believe the rockfall, unless they would be able to establish that the rockfall fence was no longer needed and they removed the encroachment, then that would change. But otherwise, we're in the same situation. The rockfall mitigation structure hasn't moved out of the right of way. It's still in the right of way.
Okay.
And Paula, let me quickly speak to the need. And, you know, the city is installing some rockfall mitigation in the project. It's mostly associated with those red kind of scree slopes to the west. But the what's going to be installed is kind of netting along the slope and a small fence at the top. When we initially evaluated the project as a whole, there was some discussion about trying to figure out a way to protect the neighbors down below. But after discussing it with our geotechnical engineer, we realized that even if we tried to, you know, bolt rocks, you know, at all the way to the top of the ridge line at a substantial cost, we really couldn't, you know, guarantee anybody's safety down below. There was no way that the city could really take on the responsibility or liability of trying to secure, you know, that slope or all the rocks above that slope. So we really tried to scale back our approach and only protect the roadway. So, you know, the idea of trying to protect the houses down below, you know, I still believe that the city really shouldn't take on that responsibility. There, from engineering standpoint, we really can't guarantee anyone's safety.
Okay, and my next question is for you. Well, there's a couple, Terry, sorry. So number one, the berm in front of Jonathan's house at in West Park, in the fence that's currently there in that neighborhood, and the fencing along the pathway over by Steve Davis's house. Sorry, I don't have better descriptions than that, but the pedestrian pathway that goes from 8th Street and connects up to the sidewalk on Midland Avenue. All of those were paid for by the developers and the homeowners, or were those paid for by the city?
And I'm sorry, Paul, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if it was, you know, something that the city did as a concession, or perhaps it was something similar that we might do today, you know, that there was actual an easement or right of way through there, and we agreed to, you know, build a fence to, I guess, compensate for part of the right of way. So I don't, Carl may know. Carl, do you have any information about that one next to?
I think at the time, I can't recall if it was fully within the right of way or not, or if it was a concession for gaining additional right of way. I just, Tony and I were having a conversation earlier about lots of cases over lots of time. You can't remember everything. So I don't on that, but my gut tells me that it was a concession to obtaining the extra right of way necessary for the path.
In the different places that I mentioned 3 places, so I was just curious.
Well, Steve Davis lives
yeah, some of those would be. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, you know, just I was there when they built Midland above my house, and that sidewalk at my house and at my neighbor's house is actually on our private property. And so as a concession to that, they built a privacy fence, and that was in exchange for that easement.
Right.
Okay.
Along there. There is another privacy fence that's down like between 10th and 12th along there. And I don't know what the situation is there, but
that's the very common thing that we will do as a concession to obtaining the easements to do that, whether we're building sidewalks or trails in places like these. The fence on the berm that you were describing, I think, may have been part of the development. So privately built, privately maintained.
Okay. And then the retainer wall, Terry, that's going into the new, the area above Lynn and Natalie's house, is this discussion about building a fence there? Is there a possibility of increasing the height of that retainer wall in that section at a lower cost than building a fence or something along that line?
Yeah, you know, we could authorize a change order and try to get a section fence that's taller in that area. I believe what we've got is a 36-inch fence, or I was just looking at the detail. It's it's not chain link, but it's got some, link in between, and I think it's reasonably decorative, but maybe, still climbable. So perhaps we could build it up.
And do we have any cost tonight, or is this just kind of the preliminary discussion of, okay, we'll get the cost and then we'll decide?
It's a preliminary discussion about, whether we want to, spend public dollars for those kinds of improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Shelley, I think you were next.
I just had a general question on whether or not we had some kind of policy on these types of situations, but it sounds like we've just more worked out on case-by-case project. Is that right, Carl, for concessions on impacts of projects?
Well, no, what I would say is that when we need to acquire either right-of-way or easements, as a component of cost, and it usually reduces the payment because that's an offset to the cost of the easement or the cost of the right-of-way. We put in a fence. That would have been a reduction in the value that we would have paid, the cash value we would have paid for that easement. So we have had a long-standing policy of doing that. Outside of that, I'm sure somebody could point out a project where we have done something different, but as a general matter, we have not made private improvements on private property as part of public projects. And if you think about it in terms of the development projects that we do, much like the rockfall mitigation we're talking about at the Riverview subdivision, typically those are developer installed improvements to allow those developments to go forward.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember when the 12th Street ditch went in and when some of the Atkinson Trail went in the final segments.
Right.
There were fences built and things like that, but I didn't know if those were.
Well, and that was keeping in mind that parts of the Atkinson Trail, we were actually building on a ditch right of way that only existed because the ditch was operable. And so there again, we were very much in that situation where we were making a concession in exchange for
right of way and
the easements being granted. So I think the policy has been relatively consistent over the years about when we do these types of things, and it is
okay
when we're doing an acquisition.
Okay, thanks.
All right, other questions? I don't know who's next, Steve or Ingrid, but I'm going with Ingrid.
So in this situation, if it's on the city right of way and we would agree to this 300 feet of fencing, it would be the city's responsibility to maintain it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, when we hear the rationale behind the request, it's not for like a health and safety other than crime prevention. And wouldn't that scenario still play out all along Midland Avenue, along everybody who, we use Steve's example, but Steve lives there and there was a trade, which we now, it's been explained. Everyone else, I can only imagine that they too have people attempting to reach the river. Wouldn't a sign that just said private property or no river access be sufficient as well? And wouldn't that be on the onus of the homeowner to put a sign up like that? And I'm just playing devil's advocate here because, the engineers have already looked into this and determined that the wall that we're, everything that we're building is sufficient for our standards on our property. And I guess this kind of leans more towards a comment than a question for clarity. So I'll stop. I'm gonna do a little self-filtering right there, and I'll wait until there's a motion.
You're going down the whole Tony Hershey. Let me ask a question to describe my position.
Let's just keep going.
All right, Steve, do you have a question?
No, I think we got it answered, whatever it was way back when.
Okay. I see Len has her hand up. I don't know if that you would like to respond to some of that, and then but if you could be brief on that, because then I have a couple people in the public, one being Natalie as well. So I'd like to get back to Natalie, and John Zielinski would also like to speak. So go ahead, Len.
Oh, all right. Just two questions before. One is just to address Ingrid's comment. No, you cannot access other people's homes because there's either there's berms or the slope is far too steep. So it's not accessible. In this particular, I'm calling 300-foot area, is like, take a walk and you can see the river and you can, it's like, oh, I can shimmy on down there. So the answer is no, as far as that is concerned. It's just a little block between two houses. That's all it is, between two light posts, but it's late. And my other question then is, I have a question for Carl regarding, because the second part of my question, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this on company time, but can I meet with Carl separately to have a deeper understanding? Can I set up a meeting?
No, I mean, that piece is easy. I'm happy to have a conversation about the issues related to that rockfall wall and things.
Thank you.
Like that. Not a problem.
Okay, so that's all I have to say. I really, again, appreciate everybody's effort, time. I think it's an amazing project that is going to beautify the city. I think you did a great job. I think you have an amazing staff and a great team. And I just want to wish everybody thank you. I don't wish somebody thank you. I'm muting myself.
Well, thank you. You're very, very kind and very delightful. Let me turn over to public comment at this point. Natalie, go ahead. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Oh, thank you. To kind of address Ingrid's questions and I think clarify a little more, the reason what we're asking for is more along the lines of what Ms. Stepp described. Instead of having a 2 to 3 foot retaining wall with a decorative metal fence on top of it that you can visually see the river through, we are trying to ask the retaining wall be taller. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay. Have the retaining wall be higher so that people aren't visually tempted to cut through to go to the river. And I think why we have tried to contact the city and be in front of this is there won't be any maintenance or any further costs to the city. And so fencing and wood and all those different things, that would not be cost effective and gets a lot more into the beautification. What I'm asking for is 2 to 3 extra feet in height to visually knock down pedestrians from becoming trespassers. And I completely understand everyone's concerns. I am very concerned with how our public dollars are being spent. I hear the raft of conversations and I see the igloos downtown and my jaw drops, but this isn't a circumstance of aesthetics. We have a real experience with people trespassing. It's only going to increase as the traffic increases. I would beg of you to look further at the plans. And we worked with Mike Fowler and got the information up front so that we could, make educated comments on what we're asking for. And it's not a beautification. It's not a fence that you're going to have to maintain. It's a couple extra feet in retaining wall for like Lynn said, about 300 feet. And I'm sure that there is a cost involved, but you're going to save some money by not having to do the metal fencing that's supposedly going to be on top of the retaining wall. So I think before we're all closed-minded to the fact that we're asking for something that's going to improve our property, I hope that you'll really consider our safety and security concerns and take the time to look at the cost of what we're actually talking about, which is a couple extra blocks instead of a see-through metal fencing. And I know building costs are going up right now, I'm completely aware, but the steel fencing that is proposed and used around West Glenwood isn't cheap either, but the beauty of it is it doesn't have any maintenance. Once it's there, it's there. And a retaining wall would be very similar. And then once it's there, it's there. I just want something visual. And I think that Ingrid's suggestion that property owners can just have up signs, I feel like that's even more bait for people. Like, don't come through here to get to the river screams, you can get to the river through here.
So Natalie, I think we need to move on. Do you have any anything else you need to say? Sorry.
No, I just want to do the wonderful thing that Lynn does, and thank you all for your time and your service to our community.
Always feels good. All right, John Zielinski.
Unmute. Okay, so can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I actually live in that stretch of fence that Jonathan was speaking of, on the Park West Midland stretch. And this came up because of the PVC fence that is across near the bike path, near our connection to the river there. And it's really, really nice fence. And the one we have that is a barrier between our residence and the sidewalk that's on the other side of the fence that is going to get replaced. That fence is just, if you drive past it, none of the fence is straight. It's colored many different colors. And, this is a huge project that involves a ton of money. I think it's like 2 years worth of work that's happening right in our backyard here. And it'd be nice to have, I don't know how big the project is, $2 million, to have it look finished and complete without our fence being the eyesore of the whole middle section there. I know there was discussion of sharing costs. That'd be great. I'm not counting it out, but it's a time, if there's ever a time to do something to make it look much nicer, I believe this is the time to do it. And Jonathan brought up some points about, putting fences around projects, especially the recycling center and things like that. And I think this would be just on a main thoroughfare that's even going to get more traffic when the South Bridge happens. It's just an opportunity to put up something that is much more permanent than the wooden structure there that's pretty janky. And after it's up, it becomes all of our duty to keep it nice. But I think now is that time. And I just want to throw my input in on that, because the way it sits right now is like 7 different colors and none of it's straight. It just looks really, really bad. There is going to be improvements on not only the road, but they're also pulling up the asphalt sidewalk that is on the other side, is right next to the road. And I mean, bikes use it all the time. The bike path is there. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on that as a person who lives in that area, to say that I think now's the time to make it look completely nice. I know the city has spent money on things that help, private entities dealing with sidewalk improvements that turn into patios for restaurants, things like that. This would be a beautification thing, but it'd also be a barrier to the new project and to the bike path and the sidewalk that's on the other side. So that's all I have to say. I just think it would be nice, and it could be part of the beautification or the barrier between the actual residents of that area and the new project. So
Thanks, John.
that's all. Yep.
Appreciate it. All right. Any other comment? Public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for further questions, comments, and/or a motion. Ingrid.
So I was initially just going to make a motion to continue this, but ultimately I actually feel like these are 2 separate applications. I think they warrant a little bit more thorough application for us to have an idea on what we're actually voting on. I feel like ultimately the idea of these private, it's not thorough enough. I don't know if we did agree to it and we approved it, how much money are we agreeing to? And on the other one, I hear the applicants bringing and addressing much more safety concerns. And I just feel as though either 1, I make a motion to continue it, or 2, I make a motion to deny both because it's not thorough. So I think I'm going to throw it out, and if nothing else, it'll get a dialogue going. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this and to separate it into 2 applications.
Second.
Motion on the table. Motion by Ingrid, seconded by Steve. Further conversation on the motion. Okay. Since there's no further, do you have a conversation? Well, there's a motion on the floor. So do you have a, oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, Charlie, go ahead. I didn't see your hand go up.
That's all right. I'm going to vote against the motion to continue because I don't think this is something that we spend money on. I'm very empathetic to the safety and security issues that Natalie mentioned. And I'm empathetic to the fence and the way it looks, but nobody builds fences along my property, and it's not, and I don't have any place, frankly, to put a fence that's consistent with this, but this is what you have when you're a homeowner. When you buy a piece of property, you have to understand what's there and what you may or may not need. And I have trouble with supporting putting city money into a project. It's having said that, what Ingrid said is, if the neighbors that have that fence in your neighborhood, John, all want to come in and say, hey, it would cost $10,000 for this fence, but you can't get a couple $1,000s toward it. It might be a different issue, but it's a maintenance thing. When they build the fences for easements or other reasons, they're now your fences. You got to maintain them. And that's what I think we ought to be doing here. I don't think we want to establish a precedent of, hey, if you got a problem on your property, you need to come back and have us help you pay for it. I just don't think we want to be there. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a real quick question for Terry. Terry, the fence at the recycle center, whose expense was that put up at, and who maintains that? And does that separate us from any other adjacent property owners?
I'm going to speculate because I think it's probably true that we put it up, and, we put it up to secure our own site. And certainly it does, offer some separation between the neighbors.
Okay.
And Terry wouldn't know how much that was because it's a MAT. Public Works.
Yeah, I don't have an idea of the cost.
Yeah, cost isn't that important.
Jen's raising her hand. She might have an idea of the cost.
I actually don't have an idea of cost, but it was a requirement of the development. We require screening of outdoor storage, which is how we categorized it. And while it is our own project and it did go through a location and extent, that was one of the things that we presented, that the screening was for the development. So acting as the developer, we were, separating myself, Matt being the developer, planning wanted to see that fence screen the outdoor storage.
I see. But even though it benefits a neighbor, the city still paid for it?
If you just thought about, instead of it being the city recycling center, like a recycling center that was not city owned, we would have that as a requirement of the land use.
I see. Okay. I don't know who is next.
I'll just be quick, Jonathan. I agree with Charlie Willman. Thank you.
Okay. Steve.
I think we need renderings and illustrations for that are, I hope that wouldn't cost $180,000, but I have no idea, Jonathan, what fence you and John Z are talking about or where that is or what it looks like, so I have no idea what this conversation is even about. I would say that, I think everybody needs to secure their property. I've got a fence running down. I live on Midland on the river, and there's a fence, but there's also, and you could walk around the fence on either side or down my driveway to get to the river. And in 30 years, I've never had anybody do that that I've known of. And it's kind of a slippery slope, once you start doing that, then do you offer fences for everybody that lives on the river all the way down Midland? Because there's a lot of property owners there that probably would like to have some added security, and they'd like to be paid for by the city.
Jonathan, if you guys will let me share a screen, I can at least show the fence that you're discussing. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
So this is the fence that is in question, at least in Jonathan's question, and you can see it is
All that
dilapidated a little bit.
that hasn't looked that good in years. That must be an old picture.
And that's totally possible. Sorry, I'm going back and forth there.
No, it is old because now there's like 3 of the neighbors who have painted it, who've kind of tried to paint match, but have not done a successful job.
Yeah, there's no question it's a little ratty.
Okay, Ingrid. Thank you for that, Terry.
Yep.
Okay. So ultimately, there is a motion on the table, and there's definitely some ambiguity both in my motion as well as in this application. So I'm gonna revise my motion. I'm gonna actually revise it and see if I think Steve will revise his second and recommend that we, or not recommend, but just say no and not allow this to move forward, and instead encourage Michelle and Lynn to maybe talk to Jen Uten in the planning department and Terry and see if maybe we can have a separate dialogue to give them more clarity on what their options are. In addition, I think that the residents on the Park West side could have a separate dialogue as well. But for what this is right now, I think our best bet for the evening is just to deny it.
Second.
Okay, Steve will revise.
Kelly.
I would ask to call the question, Mr. Mayor. Enough talk.
Shelley, you're muted.
Shelley, I would ask to call the question. We've discussed this ad nauseum.
I have a question.
Nice. Ms. Kalp, I would ask, Your Honor.
We can call the question.
No, go ahead, Shelley. You have the floor.
I was wondering who owns that fence along Park West? Do we know who built it? Did the developer originally build it, or is it?
You know, I don't know who built it. I do know it's on private property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Steve Boyd, let's call the question.
Davis,
Yes.
Godis,
No.
Wisso,
Yes.
Step,
No.
Willman,
Yes.
Cop,
Yes.
Hershey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Next item is sorry.
P&Z.
What is it? Somebody help me out here.
P&Z appointments, I believe.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Very nice assist from the Mayor Pro Tem. All right, is this Steve? I don't know, usually this would be Catherine. Is it Jen? Who's going to summarize who we have in front of us, the openings, the alternate, who's coming off next month? Did I just do it?
It could be me.
We got we have alternate spots, and next month we're going to have in February one person who's going to be termed off. So we basically have 2 open alternate spots and 1 regular spot next month. How's that?
It was Gretchen. And did we get to interview the last person?
So we received that application after you had already interviewed, and we were proposing this as the alternate seats. So we have traditionally had 2 alternates at P&Z. I think the code does allow for 3 alternates. So we have not interviewed the application from Ms. Brooks, but there will be, I think it may be more than 1 seat. It's but Catherine Grosskopf's seat is one that it would come open in February.
Yeah, it's the only one that's term limited. I believe there's another one that is coming open as well. And I think I'll just go out on a limb and say I would feel more comfortable, since we've established that we as a board or as a council want to do the interviews as a board for everybody on P&Z. And that's different than the rest of our boards and commissions, that I think we should interview this not late applicant to these open positions, but I don't feel comfortable appointing somebody that we haven't interviewed yet.
And so I guess to ask a question there, are you looking for us to advertise until the end of the month so that we can appoint for these other seats that would be open as well? I think when we started this process, we were looking really for the to fill the alternate seats, and we are very reliant for the Planning Commission for our alternates so that we can move those planning applications forward.
I mean, I guess, and again, I'll speak for myself. I feel very comfortable and very confident in the 3 applicants that we interviewed. And so my suggestion would be we appoint 2 tonight to the alternate position, and then 1 to the position that will be coming up, which is Catherine Grosskopf's position because of term limits. In addition, then maybe we interview this person at our next meeting for potentially, and any existing board member whose term expires in February of 2021. And I think there's 1 other person that is currently appointed. Is it Amber Wissing?
It is, yeah, I'm just looking at the website now.
So that would be my suggestion.
And George, actually. So George Shaver, his term expires in February as well.
Oh, okay.
So Jonathan, just to reiterate what you said, you're looking at as appointing all 3 and designating 1 as to step in for Catherine's position when February?
That's correct. And then we would have interviews probably at our next meeting or at, the first meeting in February for the 2 expiring board members, George Schaefer, Amber Wissing, and then the new applicant who would potentially take one of those positions.
I like that idea. I think that's a great approach. I think we had 3 really solid applicants.
Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved. I'll make the motion that we do what I said.
But you need names to go with it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I guess I will make the motion that we appoint. I'll just throw some names out there in alphabetical order. Beatrice Soto for the regular position, and for the alternate positions, Joy White and Greg Waller.
Pete Waller.
Sorry.
Peter Waller.
For the 2 alternate positions.
I will second that.
And literally, if anybody cares who's alternate and who's not, I don't think on P&Z, and Ingrid, you can step in and say if there's a huge difference, but I know the alternates serve quite a bit as regular roles, and I have not seen in this Board of Commission or any other ones, there's a massive difference in voting members or not. So if somebody feels very strongly that somebody else should be the regular member versus the alternate, I'm fine. I don't care at all.
I like what you presented. I'm good with that.
Great. Question's been, we have first, a second. Steve, let's call the question.
Wisso,
Yes.
Godis,
Yes.
Kopp,
Yes.
Hershey,
Oui, savez bien. Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Stepp,
Yes.
Willman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. Report from city administration, city manager.
I just want to say thank you to all the staff and also the mayor who put the igloos together today. I hope they are well used, and I ask for your patience because it's not all going to be perfect.
Well, since I had a hand in it, they're probably not going to be well constructed. Yeah, I just want to say thanks so much, Trent Hyatt and Brian and Sparks guys, and Deborah was there and Jen was there. Like it was really kind of cool to see kind of all hands on deck helping and put these Lego kinetic things together. It was kind of fun. City Attorney.
I don't have much. I did just want to say, and I think Charlie and Tony can appreciate this too. I mean, it was a long time ago when I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I got my admission to the bar. And the events of the last couple of days have reminded me how incredibly important that oath was. And so I appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys and all of the local governments that I do that do it with such great integrity. And so I genuinely appreciate that. And I think it's something that sometimes we lose sight of because we feel like we're a very small cog in a very big world, but it really does start here. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks for keeping us on the straight and narrow sometimes. And I wanted to say this during council comments, and I had forgotten as well, but I do want to address, I don't think it's something we have to address at the next meeting, but I do think it's important that as we come back to meeting in person, that we have a serious discussion among ourselves about what we want to do as far as policies, procedures, security, physical changes to our chamber councils, council chambers to kind of address this kind of new world that we find ourselves in. So I think it's going to be several months, if not several quarters of the calendar before we do this. But I think it's something we should probably start talking about in the next month or so. So I'd like to get that on a future agenda.
Just want to know, I want to know, Mr. Mayor, I get my shot here relatively soon because I'm over 70. So.
Boy, if only you knew somebody in public health.
I'm not coming to Charlie until I'm vaccinated.
All right. Letter of support for 5-star programs to the CDPHE director, Deborah.
Yes, the county is applying to be a 5-star program. This is the draft letter, I think with slight tweaks that they sent to us. I think just the question is you wanted to know from council whether it was okay to sign it. And I think Angie informed us today that we needed to change it to where there can only be one person from the city on it. So it's not city council and staff, it's only one human being. So I guess answer is, can we send a letter? And then who is the human being on the committee? I know Charlie, you've been taking a lead on it. I think staff is happy to continue to support you if that is what you would like to, council would like to do. I think if you want it to be a member of staff, I would recommend that it be Jen.
I'm okay either way. You know, if you want me to do it, I'm happy to do it. If Jen wants to do it, that also works.
I guess I have a little bit of a problem with a couple things. One is the county is currently not operating within state guidelines. And so I have a concern that the state's not going to look favorably on this application. So I guess I would suggest that we continue as a city and municipality to get our ducks in a line. And if that the state does greet the county with a rejection because of that, then we are prepared to right away submit our application as a municipality. So I don't want that effort to stop on our behalf. Second thing, I think we owe probably have, I don't know, 2/3 or a half at least of the county's restaurants, which this level 5 or this 5. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. You know, we represent half or 2/3 of the restaurants, which is what this 5-star program is about. We also have, you know, the largest medical center, GMA. We have, you know, the medical field, and this is where, you know, public health is also. So to say that Glenwood Springs only gets one representation on this, I think is that's troubling for me. You know, we are the county seat. We make up much more than one seat of population, and it impacts us so disproportionately that I think our voice needs to be a little bit stronger than just one representation. Those are my comments. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I'd said this once before. I hate partnerships, and I kind of hate to tie ourselves to the county with no wiggle room. We need to be our own applicant in this process.
Other comments? Go ahead, Paula.
Deborah, can you just explain can we be sign on to this and then also be working on our own? Is there any problem with doing this dual thing that Jonathan has referenced?
Well, being totally honest, I've emailed the state to see if we can get access to the data to do it on our own, and they have not responded. So I don't know if we can do it on our own yet. And I would recommend that we do this, and the chamber, I think working with staff, wrote the far majority of the applications. So I think we're well placed to pivot if we need to, but I would recommend for your businesses, we chase them both, right? Like I would not go down this road because I don't know if I can promise you there's another road to go down right now.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we don't go down this road, honestly. I mean, I think we chase both of them, but be ready to go on our own if we can.
Yes.
Possibly either. I don't want to get denied because we're tied to the county and then we're like, oh, well, it'll take us another 6 weeks to, pull it together on our own. So
and that's,
I try to pursue that.
I was suggesting that we're ready to go with our own inspectors and our own program. I think we've demonstrated to the state that we are willing to do the things that are required of whether it be funding and support and education or enforcement that the state is looking for us to be successful in that application. So I'm okay signing on to it, but again, I do have a strong preference having more voice than just one voice. Go ahead, Charlie, and then Shelley.
Well, first of all, we got to remember we need a public, somebody from the local public health department on the advisory committee, whatever they call this thing. And so I do think we should try to get in this one. And if it doesn't work, I think in my conversation with Angie, and she's here so she can comment, that we could go ahead with our own. And I think that we were already working on our own when the county decided they're going to come back and they were actually going to make the application. So yeah, Angie, she may have raised her hand. I noticed that Jenny raised her hand. I think it might be good to get her feedback.
Go ahead, Angie.
Thank you, everybody, for giving me a moment. We've been working on this for quite a while now. I just want to share with you kind of the path that we're going down. We've looked at a number of counties and how they've structured this. And the one that we've really looked at to model ours after is Summit County. And I think why that works well for us is every municipality within Summit County is kind of handling their own inspections. And so, as you know, every municipality within the county has a different number of restaurants and whatnot. So it provides each municipality with some flexibility in how they manage that. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and maybe that gives you a little bit of peace of mind. And just because there's only one person on from the city on the committee doesn't mean that there's not a voice. I think we can certainly represent the community well. And again, I do think that we're prepared to do what we need to do if it doesn't work this way. But I feel very confident in what we've done so far, and I think hopefully the state will accept what we're working on.
And I just want to comment to the public that Angie's really done a great job. She's been working really hard on this, so I think we owe her a great debt of gratitude for this too. I know city staff has helped her, but I appreciate what Angie's done.
Kelly.
I'll just say thanks to Angie and Charlie and everyone else, Jen, everyone who's been working on this so hard. I agree with what Charlie said. And I think if the county can get approval to do the 5-star countywide, then that's great. Let's have it countywide. If not, we'll go from there. So thanks for working on this.
Deborah, do we have a list of the people or the positions that are on this advisory council, this advisory board?
I do not. I don't know if Angie does.
Yeah, I can. It's one person from each community. There's still some discussion on exactly who it will be in those communities. Generally, I believe it's city manager, staff level, and then one representative from each chamber. So we've got the Carbondale Chamber, the Glenwood Chamber, Newcastle Chamber, and then Western Garfield County, which is Silt, Battlement Mesa, Parachute, and Rifle. So that's pretty much the makeup.
Gotcha. All right, any other questions on that? I'm looking, I guess I'll just take a vote on folks. I guess my motion would be, would people be supportive, and I don't need this to be a formal vote, correspondence, but would people be willing to have me sign this contingent up, I think, upon my and Steve and Paula's concern that we are also rapidly developing our own in the case that the county is not approved. It looks like we have a second from Steve. Yeah, let's just take a vote.
And Jonathan, that's it, are not mutually exclusive. Because basically the structure that Angie has been working on, we've been talking about, would let us do it on our own if it doesn't go with the county. Yeah. Not much of a shift.
Yeah, and thank you, Angie, for that. I mean, it's Angie is our chamber, so that is a very strong Glenwood product. So yeah, let's just call the question, Steve.
Willman.
Yes.
Beck.
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Hershey,
Think you left.
Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
there.
Cop,
Yes.
Godis,
No.
Wisso.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. I think the last thing is small business relief. Oh, did we already cover the last two things? Small business relief
No,
letter.
no. This one, I just want to make sure council approves and point out that it is, we are promising in the last paragraph, this is for the grant funds we can apply for the state because we have been in compliance when we were in red. The program is much more favorable if you are giving out money based upon some kind of criteria. Having listened to you guys before, we picked demonstrated need and like recorded revenue losses. So this is due tomorrow. So we would really like to get it in. So we don't know how much money we'll be able to access yet for each business, but we think it's pretty important to try.
Charlie, make a motion.
I move we approve it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. All right.
These meetings are interminably long and it has to stop.
Okay, well, have a good everybody.
Good night, Jonathan. You run this agenda. You set this agenda. People aren't functioning after people gone.
Aye.
Everybody have a great night. We'll see you again in 2 weeks.
Okay. Good night.
Mr. Boyd, you're turning into a great clerk too.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
He needs to
Yes,
buy a
sir.
clock that times 3 minutes, Mr. Boyd, because I can't hear someone talk about a fence for more than 6 minutes again. So find a little egg timer and use it.
Okay, peace and out.